Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Welcome back to Court of Law. I
Oh
am
Lord.
the judge, jury, and executioner with a spike in between. It's me, Reece, back on the PC. How is everybody? Welcoming my guest this evening, Matt from across the pond. He hasn't swam, but he's at least across the pond. But we're here to do a triple threat review and talk about some releases. Obviously, this is not going to be the IWC crying on Twitter. We're actually going to deep some of these because some of these actually are, when you look at it, wrong. Like, obviously, a business happens. There are releases before anyone goes, oh, you're just being defensive. Not really. Like, it's a manner of speaking. Like, releases happen. Some of them are wrong. I'm pretty sure if you look at it, he's using a green screen.
No.
I'm only kidding. I like that actually. Is that where is that? Is that a shed or something? Like, it is cool.
No, it's a set of string lights that's 260 feet of string light that I just wove all the way through the set. And you can do all
Nice.
kinds of cool stuff. Got a remote control, the whole 9 yards.
As you do. Stick some purple on for me.
If I want it to flash like this, I can make it flash. You want it to be purple, we'll make it purple. If
Purple
the remote
fits
catches up with everything else.
well.
There
Purple
we
fits
go.
well.
We can make it purple.
Purple fits well with the elements of the show, but it is good to see you. And actually good to see on the PC same I'm going to do on the laptop, which was so bloody awkward last time out. Something had happened to my PC. It's resolved now. My PC's working fine. So we are all good and cooking, and we're here to this. We're here to do TNA, Ring of Honor, and we're here to do Smackdown. It's just a reality that it doesn't matter what show we're watching right now. The landscape of professional wrestling really isn't as strong as people claim. Now, the promotions are, to an extent, are good in their own way. Whether people want to admit it or not, in their own way, the promotions are good. But the key fundamentals of pro wrestling isn't as good as it was quite some time ago. And there's so many fundamental questions that need to be answered, and nobody seems to answer the key questions. So maybe tonight we can look at that. But how's things going on your neck of the woods with yourself, and how's the stream going? Because I didn't see last night. We were talking about it briefly last night, before the stream started. But how'd it go?
Yeah, we did pretty good last night. We had 325 viewers on the watch along show, which was blowing my mind. Apparently, if you add kick to your stream, it does all kinds of cool stuff. So that's what I did. We had a good time. We ran into some hiccups that I had to somehow smooth over. It was interesting. I couldn't do Ring of Honor because of work, and so I said, you know what? Just for kicks and giggles, I'll throw a SmackDown stream out there. I wasn't expecting anything because the main reason I quit doing it is because nobody watched. So, I mean, it was the whole thing, and then all of a sudden it just blew up. Plus, with everything else going on in WWE, we're going to get surgical. Yeah, that's mine. That's mine, Billy. So, but you know, I did not watch TNA, so I'm going to have to sit that one out. I did not watch Ring of Honor. I'm going to watch Ring of Honor tomorrow, but I wasn't expecting that to be part of this show. I'm just here for the SmackDown part, and oh boy, yeah, I might have a couple of bombs to drop out there today myself. It's it is
Yeah. Well,
it's almost like
tragic.
no, it's almost like reality, because when you say this stuff over and over again and everybody makes fun of everything you say over and over again, then the shit starts happening and everybody's like, what's going on? Why is this happening? Why is this happening? Well, if you get the hell out of your bubble for about 5 minutes and actually look behind the curtain, and that guy's sitting there saying, "Pay no attention to the guy behind the curtain," which if you've seen the end of Wizard of Oz, that's what's going on in WWE right now. You're gonna look
Absolutely.
at it. People are grabbing you by the back of the neck and making you look at it right now. Thanks, Billy. I appreciate that, buddy.
Billy's a good guy. He only has one fundamental flaw, and that's he's a Roman Reigns fan, but that's his only flaw.
You know what?
They can't save them all. They can't save them all.
No, it's not a matter of even trying to save them all. It's that rule of 20 and 200 and 10,000 and 60,000. There were subtly 11 references to Roman Reigns in SmackDown last night. And the main reason that they mentioned he wasn't going to be around or he was out for an indefinite period of time
so he doesn't need a pin at elimination.
So he doesn't need a pin. Yes, because he was not slated to win the Elimination Chamber. So he's like, well, I'm not slated to win it. Take me out through the Elimination Chamber. No, I mean, I understand both sides of the story.
Politician.
Yeah, but I mean, I understand both sides of it. Roman Reigns has a persona that you can actually deal with as opposed to the rest of the Samoans. The rest of the Samoans are like dumb, dumber, dumbest, and I've run out of words.
Dumber, and Jacob Fatu.
Well, I mean, Jacob Fatu doesn't count. I mean, he doesn't count. But the rest of them, I mean, it's like you got Cornholio over there. Then pretty soon you're going to have Stalkboy Talatonga, a.k.a. Hikalea. And I don't think the other dude's coming back. I really don't. I think the one that was running around with Tamatonga, I think he's done.
Tongaloa. Yeah.
Tongaloa, yeah.
I think he's done as well. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. I think he'll probably be released quietly with this latest round of releases. And I got some surprises. I got some words I'm going to say here because nobody else is agreeing with me, and I'm leaning into it at this point because I just see it happening. But let's go ahead.
Well, I'm all right with that then. So we don't necessarily just do a show review, or we do it one way, or we do it another way. We do it the old-fashioned way. And if we're going to do it this way, then we've got to make sure it works, don't we? So
having a working set is typically a good thing, sir.
Absolutely. You're not wrong. For once.
Yep.
On my side, anyway, I'm happy with that. I'm just rejecting absolutely everyone on these. I do not want to do it.
You're just being rejected, Reece. Just get used to it, man. Just get used to it.
No, it's because I don't like the flaming. I do not like when I open something up and it's like, oh, accept our cookies, accept all this. I'm like, no, reject them all.
But then it's not going to let you see what you want to see.
I'd rather that than have nothing inflating my PC.
Yep.
Don't want any of that nonsense on here, so I've just blocked every single one of them. So, Wheel of Names. So, Matthew, using your Sunday name, even though it's a Saturday, you, sir, are going to get to dictate the order of these reviews. So, when you're ready, we'll spin the wheel.
We could always start off with, I want to hear what you got to say about TNA. I did see highlights. I just didn't see the matches.
Very well. So we'll remove TNA. So it's between Ring of Honor and SmackDown to spin the wheel. So which is going second is up to you when you say spin.
Spin.
And it's going to be the exact order of the title of the show.
Damn
which
it.
Is
oh my God, they killed Kenny. You bastards. Anyway.
Which is a jinx. It always seems... Absolutely. And it's because I closed that without even bothering to close the thing down properly. I decided to misbehave. Right. Okay then. So, let us begin. So, we are going to start with TNA, which of course loves to do what it does best. It starts with a video package. which is a recurring thing for every company these days. We will start with a video package. The only good thing about TNA's video packages, they're 90 seconds long, which is better than 5 minutes, which is okay. Show kicks off. Literally, carry on.
The main question here, and this is something I got to know as a potential WWE fan, I have got to know. Do we have the usual montage of talent arriving at the building late? That's what I want to know.
No, we do not.
Damn it. They're on time? What the fuck?
Yeah, talent don't turn up late to this company. Maybe it's just a WWE thing because nobody wants to be there at the right time.
Oh my God, I gotta be out for these people. I gotta eat. Holy shit. Anyway.
Absolutely. So, what do we have in store? So, we have a tag team title defense in the main event, which is Fraxium. What's up, Niall? Thanks for tuning in. The main event is Fraxium defending the NXT tag team titles versus the Nemeth brothers. We have Ace Austin in action versus Tyson, which is a promotional match, NXT versus TNA. Masha Slamovich will be watching as 10 women. Sorry, I'll rephrase that. 8 women and 2 gimps are in a battle royal to determine the number 1 contender. The Hardy Boys with Leon Slater, who in my opinion is the best professional wrestler under the age of 21. He is in action. Honestly, this guy is incredible. If you've never seen Leon Slater, guys, you need to have a watch. They're in action against the Systems, Moose, X Division champion, Eddie Edwards, and JDC, or as I called him,
Fandango.
Exactly, because he ruined that. He ruined that this week. Absolute. I'm going to come on to that, by the way. I am going to come on to that this day because that actually really did piss me off. And we've also got Matt Cardona versus Mike Santana, which in my opinion was probably the best match of the night. And the show kicks off with this guy.
Fandango. No, I'm kidding.
I wish. It's not. The show actually kicks off with him.
Oh, the concert. I did see that part. Yeah.
Yes. TNA World Champion, Scotland's own, the only Scotsman with a World Championship. Sorry, Drew. Kicks off this concert where he's obviously debunking the issues around the world right now, where the world is not a good place. Technically, he's not wrong. The world is a shit show, but because it's a musical concert, he's thrown a bit of spin on it now. I am a Queen fan. Not the dead royalist, the actual band itself. And he makes his own rendition of We Are the Champions, except Joe Hendry is the champion of the world. And I will give him credit. It is funny. But the elements of this is literally just to get the crowd pumped up to the show, and it leads to his next challenger. For the first time in 4 years, Jake Something, who is a decent wrestler. He's not great. Let's be real. He's decent, but he's a loyalist. Jake Something, for the first time since Moose was world champion 4 years ago, will compete for the world championship, but that'll be next week's main event. So we've already set up for that. I think it's a decent match. He's not going to beat Joe Hendry, but he's going to get like close to 20 minutes, including ad breaks. I'm all right with that. I think it's semi-decent, but he's not who I want. But go
on. One bit of unintentional humor on this, because I know Joe ain't that smart. I've talked to him in person.
He's a bit more emotional than smart. I'll give him that. He's smart in different ways, but he's not book smart.
Yeah, his EQ is probably 3 times higher than his IQ. I'll put it that way. And that's not saying he's stupid. It's just saying he ain't that smart. He unintentionally went crossover with all that too, by the way. Because I have people hitting me up from my political side going, who the hell is this guy? I said, just go with it. He's using this platform. Just go with it, you know? And it actually, that's what I call an unintentional consequence, because exactly what you were talking about and some of the allusions he were making in his songs actually crossed over into the political sphere. And of course, Not necessarily in a good way, but the way I look at it is any press is good press, especially people who didn't know who you were a minute ago and they have to go look you up.
Exactly.
Out of 100 people, we might have picked up a couple of fans for TNA last night. You just never know.
And that's good business because that's what you're there to do.
Yeah. So I give him credit for that. Didn't necessarily care too much. I mean, and this is for everybody. And it's
Yeah.
not just anything. And this is the only political statement I'm ever going to make.
Yeah.
I don't come over to your side of the pond and tell you how to run your country. Stay out of mine. You know, that's basically it. I don't come over and tell you. It's like somebody got on to me the other day about something. I looked him square in the face and said, look, I don't come to your job and tell you how the fries are made. Leave me alone.
Exactly.
You know, that's the only thing. But it did cross over. It crossed over great. And yeah, so you got some new eyes on the product. I got no problem with how he did it. You know, it's just, I hope he doesn't turn into one of those people who comes over with all their great ideals, because otherwise he's going to crash and burn, because we kind of hard-headed about the way we do things here. And we always
agree.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I might not sing the lyric, but I have an exact lyric for everybody from what he did say, because I've got it beside me. So he does sing, and I quote, "So much division in the nation, gas prices and inflation. The whole world is going to hell, but that doesn't matter because Joe Hendry won the belt." And to be fair, he ain't wrong. He 100%. Anybody who challenges those lyrics, anybody who challenges that is a dork, because he ain't wrong. Like, obviously, when you look at the absolute sheer prices right now of gas and electric bills, everyone's got this across the globe. Gas and electric, your weekly shop, all of that, it's a fucking joke right now. Over and play. And newsflash, it's going to get even worse in the summer. It's going to get worse. It's going to get worse in the summer when they realize what they're on to, and they will make more out of you. So if you are a genuine hard-working person, or if you're in America, a blue-collar worker, which I've got a lot of respect for, in the summer, all I'm suggesting perhaps is try and have a alternative means of saving money. Not to avoid paying your bills. I'm not suggesting that. What I'm saying is try and find some ways to try and save some money over the summer, because it's going to be an absolute joke for yourselves. But yeah, so like I was saying there, it 100% isn't wrong. The lyrics he says, so much division in the nation, gas prices and inflation, the whole world is going to hell, but that doesn't matter because Joe Hendry won the belt. Good lyrics.
Good play.
Absolutely. But I agree with what you just said right now. When you're crossing over wave streams, as good as the lyric is, and it's really good, as good as the lyric is, you've got to be careful. Because anybody watching that, and this is not me calling anybody watching this live or a playback or random jump across, I am not calling you a snowflake. It's too early for that weather. I am not calling you a snowflake. I am not saying you're somebody easily offended. But you could take a grasp on that lyric and you could get offended because you might not have enough money to deal with the situations going across right now. So please don't challenge him in that way. He is trying to lift spirits. That's his job.
Yeah, that's the whole thing about it. I kind of ignored most of it, and it's like, well, it's part of the skit, and it's like
funny. It's funny.
I have a lot of talent. There's a lot of talent out there in all industries that I don't necessarily agree with their politics, but they're freaking talented. And I enjoy it. I enjoy the talent. Now, the minute they start talking politics, I change the channel. But, then I come back when they shut up and they start singing again. But at the same time, there's a lot of talented people out there that don't think like I think, and that's perfectly fine.
That's the manner we are all different. And no two people are the same. There's another Queen reference. No two people are the same, and that's really important. And that's what I like about. It's probably the way that he opened the TNA Impact live show. It was good, but it wasn't, in my opinion, as good as this one. Like, I think the only reason why it wasn't as good is because he had just won the championship, but he was still coming to terms with being the champion. That his first segment, it didn't seem like it didn't feel like. Do you remember the first segment that? I know it's going a long way back, so this is not like to come at you in any way. But do you remember the very first TV segment that Stone Cold had when he first won the World Championship in '98?
Absolutely.
And it was really clunky because the minute it started, it was all Vince is going to change him up and he's going to make him wear a suit, and it looked so clunky. And Stone Cold for the first time in a long time looked completely fucked. And you're like, I give up. But then you bring him out for the main segment, and he just lips into him. He takes the suit off, and I'm like, that's it. That's what we need. And that segment last night for Joe Hendry is miles better than the TNA Impact opening segment because it feels more natural. Graveyard Ship Wrestling Show subscribe. Hello there to you. How are you? It's good seeing you. Generally, what a name. What a name.
Yep.
And a good podcast as well. But it's good to see everyone in the chat, honestly. Hope you're all doing well. But this is what I like about this. So if I'm being brutally honest, it's the reality that this segment felt to him was far more natural. He's still getting there to be like, what is a world champion? I think he's not quite there yet. But he's had one decent title defense so far against Matt Cardona. He's now got a second one next week. I think he's slowly starting to figure it out. It is because I think the way that a world champion nowadays is judged so differently. When I don't think they should be. Would you agree or would you disagree?
No, I'd agree with you. I would. For multiple reasons. One of the things I would like to highlight is I'm plugging my phone up here because it's about to die. One of the things I would like to see wrestling companies get back to, and this is across the board, with the exception mostly of apparently whoever's running Ring of Honor underneath Tony, probably
Daniels. Paul White
and Christopher Daniels, whoever's like I said, whoever's running Ring of Honor up underneath Tony, and Tony to some extent has this problem too. If you are booking a program longer than 6 months,
yes,
and at the end of that program, said person you're booking the program for is going to be a champion, they all need to do a better damn job of prepping said person. That means you start dropping them in news clips right then and there. You start sending them out to the radios. Now, Tony's done a better job of that in the last 6 months, I would say. But if you've got a long-term story program and you know how it's going to end, and you don't like, they didn't have Joe Hendry on the local news for ahead of the shows or doing like the Tonight Show, getting them used to what champions basically what champions are supposed to do. See, WWE used to, and they got out of the habit of doing that too. WWE used to send their stars off to things like that, to do media, to do things like that. And I think that is something that everybody could work on. Tony's just started getting this right in the last 6 months, because I notice he's sending talent that you've got that's clearly on a path to get a title. He's got them going and doing news interviews and things like that, and getting them in front of the cameras, getting them used to talking to people, getting them used to being in crowds like that. And
I agree.
I would say that TNA probably, if they are going to book like a Joe Hendry, I mean, we all knew at some point in time Joe Hendry was going to be champion. We just knew it.
He's so over. He is incredibly over, and it's natural.
Yeah, and so what they should have been doing for the last, I don't know, maybe 8 months for him, because he's not naturalized and By naturalized, I mean he's not U.S. Customs equipped, so to speak. He's not equipped to a lot of U.S. Customs. So I would have had him. I would have had him in front of every media outlet everywhere they went. Every town they went, I would have had Joe Hendry sitting right there on every media outlet, getting people to see him and getting him to see people.
I agree. I think the only thing that holds him back in a way, and this is not really his fault, but this is just a way he chooses. He does run his own wrestling school as well. And that's over here, so he has to physically fly after doing TNA tapings, TNA like the pay-per-views. He flies all the way back here for classes that he teaches, and then he goes back over. So he is doing across Atlantic constantly,
like Will Ospreay does.
Yeah, run away from the grind apparently, but doing things that way. I had to get that comment in because it's just funny how stupid it is.
You got to run away from the grind.
Yeah. But yeah, he does do that. But he is promoting himself on the UK. I suppose that's not really the same, but he is trying to promote TNA as much as he can through the UK. And it does help because TNA is so widely watched over here. But I do agree they should put him on. I mean, let's be real. TNA is never going to be on the Tonight Show. Never again.
Be.
Like
they could be though.
I don't think they ever will again because they don't have someone like who was there at the time. Like it was Kurt Angle that was doing all that stuff because Kurt Angle is everyone knows who Kurt Angle is.
Mm-hmm.
But like Joe Hendry is popular because of Spotify, but I don't think he would be like a Saturday Night Live guy or late night shows or Jimmy Rimmel or whatever the fuck he's called. I think I think there's manners, you know?
Catherine's trolling you.
I know. And to be fair, she's 100% wrong.
Yeah. I mean, no, I think they could. And see, this is where this is that thing.
Thanks, Billy. I wasn't sure what his freaking surname was. Rimmel, Kimmel, Chimmel,
Dimmel, Pibble, Dumbass.
Pibble.
I mean, Jimmy Kimmel hasn't got enough brains to fucking blow anyway. But no, I mean they could
nuts between his legs.
They could get him on Saturday Night Live because he went to #1 on Apple's playlist here in the States with that "I Believe in Joe Hendry" song.
I was talking about Jimmy Fallon. He's a fraud. I used to watch his shows until he got super weird. He tries to be. You'll know the guy. I can't remember his name. Who's the guy that does the late night shows who always flirts with women? He always makes innuendos, but they're always appreciated because he means it in the context of just making the person laugh. What's that guy called? Short, dark hair. He's slightly older guy.
It's not Seth because Seth ain't got the brains God gave a laden jackass, so it can't be him.
It's not him. I really can't remember his name. Somebody in the chat will know exactly who I'm talking about because he flirts with these female guests all the time, and they always lean back into it, and it's actually a really good dynamic.
Conan?
Is it? It might be.
Conan O'Brien? Yeah, he flirts with him. Not in a really good way either because he looks like a fucking dork. I don't know how you guys are perceiving it over there, but he looks like a fucking dork. Craig Ferguson ain't got the lady skills of a fucking wet sponge. So it could be Craig Ferguson too. Yeah.
I'm looking up right now who because there is one guy in particular that I'm thinking of, and he is just funny. Right, it's not him. It's not that specky fella. Who the fuck is he? I will find him, and then I will absolutely tell you who I'm talking about. Yeah, it's definitely not Conan, exactly, because he's ginger.
You were talking about Jay Leno, who doesn't do it anymore.
Oh, he's a wanker. It's not Letterman. I know Letterman. Oh, what's his... Sorry, yeah, Rusty. Yeah, sorry, my bad. It is Craig Ferguson, yeah.
Oh, God, really?
I think he's funny. Like, the way he actually leaned... I think he's funny, yeah.
And see,
I watch
that's
a
why
few.
he's stuck. That's why he's stuck so way on late night, because you got to be up comatose to watch that guy. Here, yeah.
It was never going to happen anyway, Catherine. But we are coming to them later in the show. He isn't funny. He's just a fat cunt.
So,
and you can clip that and send it to him. I don't care.
Yeah, no, I just we'll get to the WWE releases because I got the Enola Gay flying over me right now. Y'all don't know what that is. That's a bad reference. Not many people even know what that is.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Long story short, Jake something comes out, challenges Joe Hendry. Joe Hendry accepts, and we've got a title match for next week. Cool. Blah, blah, blah.
Why?
TV
Why?
World title matches are barely on these days. It's good to have a TV World title match, to be fair.
Okay, I need Jake to make up his mind. Is he going to have surgery or is he going to fight for a world title? What's he doing here? What are we doing here?
For Jake something?
Yeah, he was the one that had that long-ass emotional post talking about he had to take his dog for surgery and he's got to have surgery as well. I mean, okay.
I think this is just for him, like, as a reward for the hard work he's put in. I think they're just rewarding him, and it ties into Joe Hendry saying he's going to be a fighting champion. He's going to put his title on the line whenever anyone challenges him. It doesn't matter who it is. He's going to make that. That's the whole thing. I think this is purely just to reward him, and then they'll write him off. You know what I mean? I think that's just the way it goes. But I don't know.
Joe Hendry turns heel, beats him with a steel chair, and he's out for an indefinite period of time. That's the only way that works. So,
I mean, that would be funny. I think there's somebody else on the show that I think is going to do that more than anybody else. I'm telling you, there's going to be a TNA match at next NXT's Mania weekend pay-per-view, the stand and deliver thing. Yeah.
Yeah, the sit and under deliver.
Yeah, and good for you for calling it a pay-per-view, because PLE is a fucking waste of time. I refuse to call them PLEs. I call them pay-per-views because that's how you do things. But
I call them PLEs because for the very one time in WWE's history in the last 15 years, they're actually telling you the truth. It's not pay-per-view worthy. It's a premium live event. That's what they're trying to tell you. Don't expect a pay-per-view out of this piece of shit, but it is a step above the shit you've been watching. So, I mean, that's basically where the name PLE or premium live event came from, because they're telling you the truth. This shit ain't pay-per-view worthy, okay? It just ain't.
Yeah.
So,
I don't disagree. I do not disagree in the slightest. So nice to see WWE has added increase to Netflix's fees. That's not all they've added. But
we are going to just slow down. We're going to have fun when that segment comes around. Trust me. You're going to have a lot of clippable moments.
Absolutely. We will essentially come to that. Up next, we have Gia Miller. She's interviewing Masha Slamovich, because obviously one of the matches I've spoken about on the card is the 8 women and 2 Gimps Battle Royal. Masha's excited for whoever is going to be her next challenger, and then we get Cora Jade. Or Cora Jugs, as I now call her. And then your first match of the evening is one of the genuine most exciting young talents I think in any promotion, in Ace Austin. Like, he just gets it. Like, I think there's just something about Ace Austin. Like, it's just a shame that Chris Bay is injured, like serious, horrible injury, and I hope he's soon to recovery. But whether it's a tag match or a single, Ace Austin always stands out. He's got that in his locker, and I think he is somebody that any promotion would love to get their hands on. Like, I really do like this guy, and I just like his finish, the fold, that run and fall, like flip neck breaker that he does. It's crafty. He's up against Tyson DuPont. He is absolutely awesome, Catherine. 100% agree. And Billy's like, I've got the popcorn. I've got some popcorn emojis. Drop some popcorn emojis. Drop some fire emojis. Drop some TV emojis for Matthew, because obviously Matthew is Grabs TV. So drop some TV emojis in here, fuckers. do as you're told. Long story short, this is only the second time I've seen Tyson DuPont in ring action. I think for a bigger man, he certainly knows how to use his size, but he's not aesthetically pleasing in the ring. He's not enjoyable. He's working with someone that at least can carry him, but when you look at it on paper, Ace Austin is like 197 pounds, something like that.
Ooh.
Tyson DuPont is well over 200, and Ace Austin wrestles like a 230 pounder. Like, he wrestles like that light heavyweight, bridging heavyweight, because he's that good. Tyson DuPont, I don't even know what he wants to be, but again, they're clearly building an angle here, because the minute Ace Austin wins the match with the fold, again, I really like that move. It's just so simple. I like the way he does it. The minute the fold happens, gets the free count, hits some hot dogs in the chat by Rusty Top Lad. We've got some TV emojis. Hell yes, people. We get the absolute brilliance of Wesley directing Tyson DuPont and Tyreek Igwa to lead a triple assault on Ace Austin. Out comes the Rascals. I think they're building to this. I don't know what the end goal is in sight, but that's 3 shows in a row now where they've built the Rascals with Ace Austin against Wesley and his 2 butt cheeks. But I like it. I mean, out of it, there's 4 good talents and 2 people in this that aren't particularly good. So 4 out of 6 is still a good thing. I think it's still something. If at least
or it could be a
decent...
Meatloaf song too. 2 out of 3 ain't bad. Could be a Meatloaf song. You never know.
What do you think of Wesley in particular? Even though he's not in the ring, he's just at ringside. But ever since he turned heel,
I think he is. If I'm being honest here about everything, I think Wesley is about 2 steps away from being released, and this is the last ditch effort to get him over, because they can't recreate whatever it was they did with that North American title run that he had. They can't recreate that, and it fizzled. It fizzled when he lost the title, and they can't recreate that moment because once again. And TNA does have this problem too. So this is one of my polite criticisms of both NXT and TNA. If you are going to do tapings, please, for the love of all things holy,
yes,
at least get 2,000 people in the building.
I think there was about 1,300 in this one.
Yeah, I know. My minimum number going forward for any show, any taping, anything, minimum 2,000. I prefer 2,500 because
I think that's fair. Yeah.
Yeah.
The pay-per-views are definitely larger. I mean, they've booked a couple of 10Ks and a couple of 8K stadiums, but no, sorry, arenas. Sorry, but I agree. There should be at least 2.5 for tapings. I agree with that.
Because you're sorting out your creative right here in the tapings. Yes. You're sorting out how it's supposed to hit and where it's supposed to land. And NXT is inexplicably stupid in this, in that their house crowd there at the PC or whatever that thing is down there in Orlando, their house crowd's 100.5. It looks like there's more there, but their house crowd's like 100.5, 200. So you're sitting there watching the show and everybody's going batshit crazy because the little light up in the air told them to. And you're thinking, wow, this guy's over. This guy, this girl, man, she's really over. Then they get to the main roster and you're like, what the hell happened? Here's what the hell happened. In a nutshell, you don't have a diverse enough crowd to work your creative out. You don't have a diverse enough crowd to work your character development out. And if you don't have a diverse enough crowd, you stick them in front of 12, 15,000 people and you are legitimately scratching your head wondering why they can't get over. It's because you're a fucking dumbass. That's why.
This is what I find interesting about NXT. So I'm trying to find So, do they do the shows at the Performance Center? I barely watch.
Yeah, they do them at the
NXT.
Performance Center. They do 95% of their shows in the Performance Center. Occasionally they'll venture out to like a 1,000 to 1,500 seat stadium area or like a bigger high school. And they really work their creative out at the local high school down the street. And those house shows they talk about on the weekends, those are basically high school gyms.
Yeah, because I was looking at the attendance they did for Stand and Deliver, just in particular the one they did last year. And last year's Stand and Deliver, I'm actually going to share the screen because I want to get your thoughts on. This is last year alone. I don't think they'll see a crowd like this again. This is not me knocking NXT in any shape or form.
No, Stand and Deliver, they will always see that kind of crowd because it trails WrestleMania, and that's an inclusive ticket.
That was their attendance from last year's Stand and Deliver.
Yep. That doesn't shock me. That doesn't shock me because it's an add-on to your WrestleMania ticket.
It is really impressive.
It whatever the pay-per-view is or the PLE or the plea going on, then it's an add-on ticket to that. So whatever the plea draws is what they're going to draw. Yeah, it's like a value-added ticket, you know.
It is impressive the way they can manage that. So, give me what I'm looking for.
Wesley could potentially make it if, and I keep coming back to AEW because the only people doing anything new and original right now besides some of TNA is AEW. If they built a division around, oh God, and I had his name right in my head, Action Andretti and Leo Rush. If they built a division around Leo Rush, Wes Lee would be a fucking beast there. That's just not even a question.
It's just mad because when you look at Wesley, Wesley's got all the talent in the world as well. When you actually look at, I mean, he was excellent in TNA the first time when it initially rebranded itself to Impact Wrestling. He had a good character and a good run in Impact in 2017, 2018. He then goes to NXT. He's still marketed in that babyface way, but they really don't seem to fully grasp it. But they put the NXT North American title on because he does work good TV matches. He at least has the endurance and the understanding, the know-how to do a good TV match. And it reflects well in his pay-per-views. I don't think he generally has any bad matches when you look at it in general. What's up, Dev? How are you? I don't think in general Wesley has bad matches, but I do agree with you that ever since he lost the title and then he got injured, he's come back as a heel. He's only had one or two good matches, and I would say one of them was the match with Obafemi that he lost, and the other one is probably the one against Zachary Vincent, No Mercy, last year. I don't think he's had anything good since, but he seems to be having a good program with Ace Austin, the Rascals now. I'm just not sure if it's going to get anything for him. I don't think he gets the payoff.
Yeah, but also in his defense too, how many injuries has he had before that injury? Was like a catastrophic injury? I can talk. How many catastrophic injuries had he had before that?
I will see if I can get that for you, actually.
Because this one that hit him in NXT was catastrophic. I'll talk about that in just a minute because I don't know exactly how many catastrophic injuries he's had.
He was out 5 months, I believe. Is it that his injury? So let's see.
This last injury, he was out for almost a year.
So I'm just reading something here. So this is an article from 2020. This is an article from 2023. But to be fair, this is when he had a horrible injury at that point. So this is when he was supposed to face Dominic Mysterio for the North American title. So that was back in 2023, and he was out. He was out for close to a year, but he lost all feeling in his legs.
Right.
Like he just completely lost all feeling in his legs, and at that point, he was like, "Nah, I'm out." Like, it's unfortunate for him in that circumstance, but I just can't find his full injury record, but he
Well,
has
the
had
thing,
those length injuries that are bad though.
yeah, see, the thing I was coming out there with on that was it may take him, and he may never get it back, but
Yeah.
I'm guessing it will probably take him another year to get comfortable in his own skin, working with new parts and things like that. And I can't fault him for that. I had shoulder reconstructive here last year.
Mm-hmm.
And I've had a ton of surgeries. I've had like 100 and probably 140, 150 operations in my lifetime. So, I mean, I'm not a stranger to the knife. That shoulder surgery that I had right there messed me up mentally for like, I think I'm just now coming out of it. I had the surgery year before last, actually. Year before last, had it in 23. Or no, actually, no, I had it last year. No, I didn't. It was year before last in March of 23, and I'm just now getting back to mentally where I feel like I can do some things like I used to do them. There's just that, and this is what I don't fault wrestlers for at all. There's that one thing, because like I said, I've got a medical book that will go from one end of your wall to the other.
Yeah.
So, but that one surgery right there fucked me all up. And it kept me fucked up probably until I would say September of last year. So it was
at some point.
Yeah, it was well over a year, and it's just a simple shoulder surgery. Nothing simple about your shoulder. I found that out. But the thing about it is Wesley may have just hit that one injury and he just may be scared. And so for that, you need better coaches. Yeah.
I might need to at some point myself, but I'm going to keep that close to my chest. Watch Dev has actually made a very interesting comment. He says, not sure if I'm reaching, but if Samantha Irvin's husband, I like the fact that he intentionally put Samantha Irvin's husband, brilliant, can shift into the main event status, so can Wesley on Netflix. Wes can genuinely cut engaging heel promos. I agree.
Like, I don't think that's a reach. I think they could if they would, but they can't, so he won't.
I think they are holding him back as far as they can because they know that he is popular. Even though he's a heel, he's popular because of the way he works. People love to have a go on, oh, it's the flippy shit. Mm-hmm. True, Wesley does do a lot of flips, but he's actually very good at engaging the mat work as well. So I'm like, he has got an overall package for somebody who you could put into like a mid-card scene on SmackDown or Raw, or you can, if you were to re-establish the Cruiserweight division, which to be fair hasn't been done in a long time, he would be somebody that I would say, you know what, I would give the Cruiserweight title to. Because he's believable and he's so damn good. But it's ridiculous. Catherine's coming straight in with, we know what the real issue is.
That's part of it. And I'm not going to disagree with you, but my thought on this whole thing is they hired a whole bunch of people with the intention and anticipation of 305 Live not flopping. So when 305 Live flopped, then they're stuck with a whole bunch of wrestlers they can't use because they don't fit the mantra for anything else. So, I mean, Wes Lee, in my opinion, was probably heading to 305 Live when they were like, well, can't do this show anymore. Wes, you go to NXT. The rest of you go home, drink a beer, do whatever the hell you want to do. But this 305 thing's dead on arrival. But I think that was part of how they wound up with like the Wesleys and so on and so forth. Yeah. Because, I mean, they got Tozawa there. Obviously, he's a buck. He's what, $150, $160. He can't fight anybody in there. He can't even fight the fucking janitor in the building. So, I mean, for real.
And he's ruined now because he used to like. I've never always been a big fan of Akira Tozawa, but Akira Tozawa has a legitimate record behind him in terms of Japan.
Does. They all do.
And he's now just a comedic act. I'm going to tell you straight. See, when we come to review SmackDown, see that whole entire match, I skipped it.
Really? It was hilarious.
I fast forward the whole way through Carmelo Hayes versus Akira Tozawa. I can't take it seriously. I was like, nah, skip all the way through.
Yep. Well, I can't take midgets seriously anyway. So, Because,
Poor Rey
midget
Mysterio.
always misses,
Poor Rey Mysterio.
Yeah. Yeah, midget always misses. So, I mean, it's like, I can't take midget anyway. I can't take him seriously. So, but I mean, overall, it was a good match. We'll get to it, though, when we get there. But,
Yes.
in all honesty, I think part of Wesley's problem, though, I'll circle the block back here real quick. Wesley's biggest problem is that surgery, and he needs somebody to slap him upside the head so he can remember who he is. If we get realistic here, that's what happened to Cope. Somebody slapped him in the back of the head and he remembered who he was. Same thing happened to Saraya. Somebody smacked her in the back of the head. She remembered who she was and figured out how to wrestle with the injury she's got. And I think somebody just needs to slap Wes in the back of the head and say, "Hey, dipshit, you're supposed to do this shit. You're good at it. Now go out there and be good at it again." Maybe that snaps his brain back in. He starts having good matches. They're still not going to build whatever the hell it was they had with that most of what they had with that North American title reign was the fact that he was doing it for 150 people on regular and not doing it for 15,000. So we'll never know. But if they want to try to recreate that magic, he's got to get right in the head first. He ain't right in the head. That's his big problem. So
there's one for you, Rusty, since you say you personally love midget wrestling.
Hell yeah.
I remember watching this segment in 2002 and I was like, Jesus, and that's a live gun. I remember everything that he did. Like, some of the stuff he did was absolutely disgusting. But back then, even in 2002, you were getting away with it. Like, you were absolutely getting away with it.
We still are, kind of, but yeah, I see what you're saying there, Dev. That would imply that Triple H can walk, chew gum, and think at the same time, and we all know that that's an impossibility. He can either walk, chew gum, or think, but he can't do all three at the same time.
Absolutely, and that's why we will never see him truly live. That's another thing as well. This is an indictment on Triple H. You'll never see his true creative potential if he does not dedicate to him in that manner. Because even though he's a clown, and we all agree on this, even though Vince McMahon is a genuine clown, Vince McMahon at least knew when to completely go full swing on his potential for creative, and he exploded some great stuff.
Yeah.
Even though he's an asshole, he at least knew when to do it. And there's times when he absolutely didn't do it, and he lost out on a lot for just being stupid. But when he really was clocked on, you got rewarded in the best way. And
yep.
Those days for that particular organization will never be the same. And backstage on TNA, Tessa Blanchard is not happy because, well,
when is she ever?
But she's not happy because she knew that the Battle Royal is literally going to be 9 versus 1 to gang up on her. So she's like, for that reason alone, I'm not competing. Okay.
I quit.
I think she'll wait until after the title match and she'll make her presence felt, which is understandable because that's what heel does. Cora Jugs is at ringside saying that she doesn't even need to be in this match anyway because she's already got a title match, or she should already be a contender. Well, no, you need to earn it, you dumb bitch. So did I, Catherine.
Partnership.
She certainly needs to earn it. And I agree, Catherine. I liked it. I actually think there's a lot of energy in it. Like, the fact is, that's a heel promo. Like, she's like immediately saying that all these people want to get rid of her. I answer to no one, so I am not getting involved. Absolutely. If I was a heel, I'd do the exact same thing.
You just look at her and say, "Thank you, Captain Obvious."
Like, right. I think the one thing about Tessa Blanchard is absolutely fact. Well, actually, two things. She is an asshole. She is.
Mm-hmm.
But she's a genuinely bloody good wrestler.
Yeah, like, most really good wrestlers do tend to be assholes because there ain't that many of them.
Exactly. That's what I said to Billy. My exact words to Billy is the best wrestlers are the biggest assholes.
Yeah, because they know it, and they know that nobody's on their level, and on their level. Anyway,
exactly, and that is the manner of speaking. Now, there was a big surprise for this Battle Royal. I mean, they are nice to look at. Pause. But in reality,
No. I wouldn't pause that.
See, before she got that done, she was genuinely good. Like, she actually was, like, her movement was spot on. She's so turgid now. It is dangerous. You know what's funny? Watch Dev. Zelina Vega's best work
was on TNA.
Yeah. Because this is what I miss. I genuinely miss this.
That was back when they had Hernando and all those people too.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I mean, LAX running shit, you know.
Yeah, she was just after that. She was in Mexican America, as it was called back then. But she really suited the part. Like I don't think so, Catherine. I don't think she'll get released purely because she's not only is she popular, but she does bring that Mexican Latino audience.
Yeah, because she's Puerto Rican. In case you didn't know.
Yeah. She hasn't aged a day.
Nope. No, it would be no. I would say it would be funny if they released her right after they signed Malachi Black. That would be poetic justice. But anyway,
do you recognize who's beside her?
That's what's her face? It's running around with the other guys across from LWO right now.
It's not. That's Giselle Shaw.
Oh damn! Looks just like that one running around with the folks that are fighting with LWO right now.
Elektra Lopez.
Yeah, they could be they could be sisters.
It's madness, eh? But those were the days. But yeah, Zelina Vega in TNA was perfect. Like if they get rid of her, they're stupid. Like, because she is on the level of Chelsea Green.
She is, but she's not white. That's the problem. If she were white, she'd be perfect and she'd be over right now. But she's not, so she's not.
I'm not saying that out loud, but Catherine. Jesus.
Yeah, see now see here's where we get into these comments here where we're talking about the width of Cora Jade's bits, because that has to presume that half of these roided up wrestlers have a dick big enough to do that with. That's one of the first things to go when you roid up, by the way.
Is that Elektra Lopez? Mind you, that's.
I swear that looks like Elektra Lopez standing right beside of her. I was like, that don't look like who you said it looked like.
It does, because you know what the mad thing is? Zelina Vega, easy to remember. Her, I don't. Was she in?
That looked just like Elektra Lopez to me. It really did.
No, it's not her. It's not her. Just check. I'm actually going to go back. Who was in Mexican America TNA? I'm going to double check it. Because obviously you had Hernandez easily, because the guy was brilliant. Zelina Vega, Anarchia. Who was the female? Who was it? Because Rosita is Zelina Vega, and it was Sarita. So who's? She's not even Mexican American. She's Canadian. That doesn't make sense.
She had the right skin tone. Don't fuck it up for everybody.
Oh, I'm not, but she had to pretend that she was Spanish.
Nobody in our Cowboys and Indians movies in the 50s were actually Indians or Cowboys. They just had the right texture and color.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Or you paint on them.
Yeah.
If you don't stop. But sweet Jesus. Anyway, back to the action. There was a big surprise in the Battle Royal, and I think you'll like it.
Okay.
No. Somebody did win, but there was actually no. Luckily, she got eliminated. But there's
actually need to be nice to her.
I fucking will not.
TNA doesn't have a retirement fund. You need to be nice to her.
Because it's in Texas, this woman made an appearance for the Battle Royal. Old School Jazz.
Yeah, way old school jazz. I remember seeing that. Yeah.
She used to be good in WWE, to be fair, and she was good in TNA as well for a while. But yeah, she made. Wow, it's mad that I forgot that she was bald. You know, she's more of a scarier bald than Adam Pearce.
Yep.
But luckily, she's no longer like that. She does have the hair. Rooting for Cora to win TNA. No, Dev, no. Oh, Dev, no.
You know it's going to happen. You know eventually it's going to happen. You know it.
If I honestly see NXT talent win TNA Gold and I don't see it in reverse order, I will find a sniper and I will make a personal trip to the States.
Well, what you need to do is get your visa in order and just go ahead and if you catch the plane rides at certain times, you can catch real cheap flights over. Just helping you plan, because I'm telling you right now, it's gonna happen.
Absolutely. Welcome to Baldomania.
That's correct. That's correct.
We do get in this match. We do get Cora Jade at ringside doing commentary. We do get Ash by Elegance. We do get Heather by Elegance. We do get Spitfire. We get Xia Brookside. We get Savannah Evans, who actually wins the thing.
Yep.
We get Alicia Edwards. We get Rosemary, but no, there's no one else that's actually like top level. Like, I'm actually surprised the one person that didn't win this match was Tasha Steelz. But there is an upside to her. She is now sided with Muhammad Ali, or Mustafa Ali's second cousin, if I say the bill. In Ali we trust. Tasha Steelz is becoming a politician.
That was a hell of a sign, by the way. Mustafa Ali was a hell of a re-sign. I got to say that, because I like his work. I've watched him work independently. I've watched him work on multiple shows, and they did a good job snagging him. Of course, we actually knew that WWE was not going to sign him, so it was really between AEW and TNA, and TNA had managed to pick him up, so that was a good win for them.
I thought if TNA hadn't signed him, I generally thought he was going to go to AEW, but I'm glad TNA have got him back, because they need someone like that level. Like, they don't have a lot of great talent. Like, the only one that's on his level, genuinely, is probably Nick Nemeth. Like, Josh Alexander is away. Like, his last match is next week, but if he had stuck around, your top... Well, Hammerstone's actually quality as well, but, like, your top three legitimately would have been Josh Alexander. Actually, no, I can't, because Mike Santana's got even better since he's went there solo. But I am actually looking forward to it. Ali is great now that Tasha... This is what Tasha Steelz needs. I think this now gets Tasha Steelz back into the main event title picture, and she gets the Knockouts title back. Hell yeah. And I'm all for it. I think she's underappreciated. She hasn't held the title since like 3-4 years ago. It's been a long time she's actually held the gold.
4 years.
Absolutely. It has been quite a while. The absolute peak of this is when the Elegance duo actually got eliminated whilst Tessa Blanchard is watching on commentary and split screen. Absolutely funny. We then go to a commercial break, no problem. The IWC seems divided on where Alexander is headed. I think he's well suited for the WWE. I think he's going to test the water. I think Josh Alexander will honor his TNA contract, which is what he's doing. So he gets his last match with Eric Young next week. He's honoring that. And then I think he's going to go and do the independent stuff, which he has missed for quite a while, because he did say that he missed not being able to go to his last independent show. So I think he's going to go and do Progress. I think he's going to do Defy Wrestling. Here's a bold prediction. I think Josh Alexander is going to take that title of Ricky Starks.
In Defy?
Yeah. I think he'll walk in. I think he'll walk in, challenge him, and beat him instantly with a C4 spike. I can see that happening.
Yeah.
His character work is perfect for the WWE main roster. The problem is this is the problem that Josh Alexander has with WWE. It's not Triple H, weirdly enough. The problem with him is Chad Gable. And I'm not saying Chad Gable sucks in any way. That's not what I'm saying. Chad Gable and Josh Alexander literally have the exact same favorite wrestler. And in one company, that is contradictory. Exactly, Kurt Angle. One of them is the more comedic joke but still does the good wrestling side, Chad Gable. The other is the all serious, heavy hitting version that is regarded as his best version, peak Angle, because I will never refer to him as a certain Angle ever again. But TNA's Kurt Angle is the best version of himself, and Josh Alexander embodies that. You cannot have that with Chad Gable. I don't think that physically works. And he is a true wrestler, exactly, Catherine. Like, he's incredible. I think he'll do the indie stuff, and then he'll make a decision at some point. He might end up coming back to NXT. Not NXT, sorry, TNA. He might do some stuff in NXT as well, but
no, Josh won't get anywhere near Alexander. Now, if he gets anywhere near WWE, I will think that he's been dropped on his head way too many times. If you watch Penta, if you watch everybody they pulled in so far, look at Julia, look at Vacour, look at Delta. If you look at all of those together and you're Josh Alexander and you're going, that looks good to me, you're a dumbass. That's the end of it.
Smart for that.
And I would say that straight to his face. In fact, I kind of alluded to it when I was standing there in the crowd when we were at WrestleCade and I knew he was standing over there. I'm like, if anybody can look at Julia and Stephanie and Delta, and of course Penta hadn't got there yet, but we knew Penta and Ray Phoenix were going there. But I literally said that out loud. I said the quiet part out loud. I'm like, if you could look at Julia, Stephanie, and Delta as an outside talent coming into WWE and you go, that's the place for me, you are a legitimate dumbass. And a lot of people laughed, but about a lot of people said, nope, that's exactly right. He said, they're bitching him out. And I said, absolutely, they're bitching him out. And if you can look at that and say, I'm going to go there anyway, you are a legitimate dumbass. Not even a question.
I agree. I don't think he's that stupid. I think he knows in his mind what he wants. I think 100% what's on his mind, first of all, his dream is to do the G1.
Yeah, I think he should go to New Japan, do the G1.
Get to the semifinals. I don't think he wins. I think he gets semifinals, but he would still be good.
No, he could be what is that word? Gojin or something like that. He could be another Gojin.
Oh, Gaijin.
Gaijin. I get him all goofed up. He could be another Gaijin.
Oh, yeah. Like, he'd be the bloody best one in a long time.
Yeah. I mean, now, he's not Omega flying, and I don't expect him to be.
Doesn't need to be.
Yeah, he's what Angle could have been if he'd have gone somewhere other than WWE to begin with. You know, I don't hate WWE, but I don't think you should start there once you leave for your journey. I don't think that's a good place to start. It's a good place to start.
I actually have that as an exact answer, by the way. Like, I'm not kidding. I actually have that as an exact answer. If I'm allowed to share this, because it's from my Twitter page. I'm assuming I'll be allowed to share this from my Twitter, surely.
Yeah.
But this is not a joke. Let's see if I can go. Oh, I need to sign in for God's sake. 2 seconds. This is the only bit of fucking Twitter I hate. For you guys, this will be a little treat.
Meanwhile, I'm getting caught up on this ROH show. Yeah, I'm definitely not wanting to review it. I can tell you that much. I'll chime in when need be, but
absolutely.
Yeah, I'm not covering that.
I absolutely do go into business for myself.
I dodged a bullet on that one.
I didn't really enjoy Ring of Honor this week. I'm not gonna lie to you.
I watched like the first 20 minutes of it while we're doing the show. I've got the volume off and I'm just kind of watching the action a little bit. We can just go results based on that one because I don't have anything good to add to that. And they're getting ready to start to fuck up Billy Starks, and I'm going to be really angry on that one.
She's already fucked up, in my opinion.
Not
Like,
yet, but they're flirting with it. She's not totally fucked up yet, but they're flirting with fucking her up.
She's genuinely. She is one of those that will. What's the nice way to put it? Oh, that's it. She will never learn. Like, she's stuck. When does Reece not go into business for himself? His ego is bigger than Ethan Page. Everything about me is bigger than Ethan Page. To be fair, I do like Ethan Page, to be fair. Right, where is it? Did I say? I'm hoping I saved it as a bookmark, because this was... Oh yeah, there it is. I wonder if will I be able to share this? It's a 2-minute clip on my Twitter, but it does come from Kurt Angle's YouTube channel.
You'll get taken down if you do that. So you could paraphrase it if you want to, but that's about it. I wouldn't.
All right. Well, put it this way: November 2023. I was watching because again, this is literally how it all started with Kurt Angle. Follow me on Twitter. I asked him a question on his channel's Twitter page, and my question for Kurt literally was, if the option, because this is literally as he had just left WWE and he was going to TNA, like he hadn't yet debuted, and I was like, New Japan's on the return again, like they're on the rise because they're invested heavily in Shibata, Tanahashi, and Nakamura.
Yeah.
And obviously Brock Lesnar at the time as world champion, he refused to drop the belt to Nakamura, so he handpicks Kurt Angle to come in and beat him. So I asked Kurt specifically, based on the matches you did in New Japan, some quality matches Kurt Angle had in New Japan.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, based on the matches you had, and it actually fit really well, style for style, pound for pound, you looked perfect in New Japan. Would you have went there instead of TNA? And he actually responded to me, exact words were, I love my run TNA, but yes, my style perfectly suits New Japan.
Yeah.
Named me the lot, and he's like, 100%, he would have done it. And it's like 2-minute response, but he's like, and he actually jokes it. He's like, the only reason I went there and won the title in the first place because Brock Lesnar refused to drop it to one of their title contenders.
Yeah, exactly.
But
he went there to do the business.
Phenomenal.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
And let's see, what's those Scots? These damn Canadians. Luckily, I'm not Canadian, but if I was, I'd probably search for a different nationality anyway.
Nah, there's nothing wrong with being a Canadian. They just don't know who they are yet.
Except Bret
they need
Hart.
A couple of 100 more years to figure it out.
Except Bret Hart. He's just a better guy who's the greatest wrestler of all time. Anyway, we come back from a commercial break. Northern Armory with Eric Younger in the ring because they've now turned heel. I fully support this decision. He should be running these two. It makes sense. Yep. He's describing it as these two were going to be left by Josh Alexander, who's just leaving the company high and dry after they've been running roughshod for the past 6 months. They need a new leader. I'm going to take control. Out comes Macklin. He delivers a good promo. Again, TNA, stop drawing the ball with, shut up, Catherine. You're so incorrect. How dare you? How dare you?
You know who's really going to be the greatest that ever did it, though? You know who's going to be the greatest that ever did it?
Don't say her name.
No. Hangman Adam Page. That's who's going to be the greatest to ever do it. That's going to be the greatest to ever do it right there. See, I control back.
Oh, yes. And make it worthwhile. Hangman Page is going to have the longest AEW world title reign.
After he beats Jeff Jarrett for the world title, it's going to be fucking phenomenal. I'm telling you.
Oh, yeah. To be fair, I get your point. As a babyface, it made no sense. As a heel, he looks more relaxed. Especially in that veteran role where he's guiding two young talents as a tag team in a group. I actually like it. But I think they missed one trick here. Me personally, I would have had Macklin in this group. I think Macklin just has it. they need to. This is another thing. This is somewhere I will criticize TNA on. Ever since he lost the world title to Alex Shelley, which was quite some time ago, Steve Macklin hasn't really been given a chance to get back into a controlled scene. They've dropped the ball on him a little bit. He's had good matches, but he's never been pushed into a top program for quite a while. I think this would have been a good place for him to get that establishment back. He is a good worker. He's got a good character. But I think they are slipping a little bit. Yeah, as a heel, give him a chance. I think one of their first targets, besides Macklin, I think will be Mike Santana.
Mm-hmm.
Just so Santana can really test himself for the main event. He's already done it already with the Northern Armory in the Gauntlet match, and then he won the I Quit match at Genesis, which is for me Santana's best match. For me, it's the best thing he had. Yeah, he was world champion in 2023. He was world champion in 2023. Can't wait for Hangman to pin Kenny, Darby, Swerve, MJF, and Takeshita in a 6-way elimination. Damn, Skippy. This is just for you, Dev.
Damn, Skippy.
Catherine is going to kill you now. Catherine is going to kill you.
Catherine's going to kill you. Catherine's going to kill you.
Yeah,
she's trying to ignore it all. She's like, I was thinking.
Yeah, he won the world. He was actually supposed to. So their initial plan was Rebellion 2024. It was Rebellion no. Either way, it was. I'm sure it may have been Rebellion last year. Actually, no, it wasn't, because Moose was world champion. Rebellion 2023. Alex Shelley was just about to break out from the guns, even though, yeah, they were. No, he still had plenty of time left, but they were becoming more singles wrestlers while still doing the tag work. They weren't really doing as much. It was mostly Sabin and Kushida in the Time Machine doing the tag stuff. Kushida then gets the world title match against Macklin. He got the title match against Macklin because Josh Alexander got injured during his record lengthy title reign. So Macklin was supposed to face Alexander for the title. He was going over, but he got injured. He injured his arm. So Kushida versus Macklin was the match. Macklin then won the title, and then he dropped it to Josh Alexander. Alex Shelley a month later. And then Alexander came back and they had the rubber match, which didn't really matter because there was no title. She is trying so hard.
She's trying to lean into it. No, he's the greatest.
The anger is killing. It was good stuff, to be fair. But since then, they haven't really done anything. I do as well. I hope the program is injury after injury after injury after injury.
No, we don't wish injury on to professional wrestlers. We wish retirement on them all day long, but injury, I'm good with.
No, I'm not wishing injury. No, I'm not wishing physical injury. I'm just wishing that she constantly gets an injury angle so nobody gets to see her wrestle. Because it's painful to watch. But during this promo, obviously, Macklin cuts out saying that why didn't Eric Young tell him that he was going to do this? He was going to take over. He put trust in him with his issues. We didn't get that. Then Josh Alexander comes out. Fuck. Piss off, Captain. Jesus Christ. Josh Alexander then comes out, says that he's been granted his final wish as a TNA talent. He'll wrestle Eric Young next week on Impact in his last signed TNA match, which is fine. Sami Callihan's backstage. He's looking for Mance Warner because he's, well, not really. It's not really working out, even though it's only week 2.
Well, if you think about it, we could get Ash by Elegance as your next TNA Knockouts champion immediately after Orange Cassidy and Max Caster win the tag titles.
I'm watching it on YouTube on the playback right now, and that stun shot face by me is absolutely incredible.
with
Up
Hangman
next-
Adam Page as their manager.
Oh dear God. I don't have soundboards, but I'm gonna need to get one. Actually, I've got a better idea. Hold on, I've got a better idea. The acoustic cinematic death song. Up next is that was great, Matthew. Reese's face was priceless. Yeah, exactly, it was. Up next is Leon Slater and the Hardy Boys versus the System. Again, stand out. I only have one thing to say at the end of this match.
Dun, 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 da, 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 da. Anyway, go ahead.
For me, 100%. The Hardys right now should stay champions until
Yes.
until
The end
they've
of
established because they're a great tag team. I would keep them champions for vast majority of 2025. Let them build up the tag teams a little bit more, like the Rascals. Let them keep working themselves. Like Chris Bay come back from injury. The Northern Armory have got a good tag team duo. The Good Hands, let them develop themselves. Like there's some good teams here if you use them wisely. And then the ultimate payoff, honestly, there's ways to do that. And then Leon Slater, belt him up fast, give him the X Division title against Moose. At Rebellion, April 7th, give him that title. Because I think he would be perfect for this. Oh dear God. Matthew, now you can use your soundboard. Because oh dear God.
Oh, hang on a second.
We do not care.
I have a soundboard if nobody else has one, so you know. And by the way, Reece, just a little side thing there. You can actually download a free soundboard app for your phone and just plug your phone into the soundboard you got in the music side, and you have this amazing soundboard with thousands of buttons. Just saying.
I need to get one for my phone. I need a soundboard to use.
That's all it is. It's just an Android app on my tablet, and I got my tablet plugged into the soundboard, so I actually have like 500-600 buttons. I don't even know what half of them do. Don't care, but I know what the buttons I want to use do. That's all that matters.
Absolutely. Couple of praises from this match, which are really good. One, the timing of Alicia Edwards to prevent the diving move by Leon Slater. He was going for a tope suicide on Moose. She gets up in the ring apron, completely derails him. Leon Slater responds by, well, all right then. And he runs and does a tope con heel over her head. Like the leap that this man can do from a ring apron is incredible. Like the air that he can get, but he gets caught. So in the flip position, he's actually near enough, like head above the ground. Moose catches him, and he does that Donkey Kong powerbomb off the ring apron. He completely flattens him, which is insane. But it's the couple of tags. They do obviously mention that Fandango returned to NXT and he'll challenge for the NXT Heritage Cup. See what I'm going to say? This is something that's really depressing. TNA, you've got an established character who hates sports entertainment and pro wrestling, but he joined the system for control and power. You let him go back to NXT, and he reverts back to his old gimmick.
You've just been a sports entertainer. It worked for nobody.
You've just been shat on, TNA. That one moment, he should have went as JDC, saying, I'm here on behalf of the system. We're here to take over. But no. He's here to go.
He's Fandango, and everybody went.
It was absolutely ridiculous. And I hate that because Flamingo needs to stay in NXT. I hate it because, you know what's funny? He actually suits this character well. That he hates everything bar control and power. It actually suits him because he's been okay. Good thing about the system, they've now lost 10 straight tag matches in a row, so I'm happy. Because good heels do that. We do get the 450 Swanton powerbomb. Sorry, 450 Swanton bomb finish by Leon Slater, and then for the pin, one Swanton isn't enough. The original is hit. by Jeff Hardy for the 3 count. The show returns again, as I've mentioned already. Mustafa Ali's backstage. He's just taking the piss out of the Good Hands, John Schuyler and Jason Hotch. He walks away, links in with Tasha Steelz and tells her that it's time for her to follow. Up next, it's Always Ready, the complete Matt Cardona versus Mike Santana one-on-one. And this is a good back and forth. Like, this is actually a very good back and forth. I actually didn't mind this at all. I mean, I like the slow build for Mike Santana into the main event, eventually become world champion. I really like it. Again, I only have one issue with this whole entire thing, and it's the same thing that I said about AEW and TNA and WWE. Can we stop using Eddie Guerrero's moves, please? I hate when someone goes to the top rope and they do the Eddie Guerrero thing, like shaking the shoulders before they do a frog splash. Just hit a frog splash. Stop using Eddie Guerrero's stuff. The man's dead. Like, just leave him alone.
Really? He repels mosquitoes?
Who knows? But he is.
Well,
he done that.
Deep, so I was like, wait a minute. That's a thing here, by the way. That's what goes in off to repel mosquitoes.
I know. I know, obviously, that Mike Santana's a huge Eddie Guerrero fan, but there's no need to constantly do the Eddie Guerrero stuff. But he hits he gets the win with the spin the block finish. I still want him. He did that thing again I was saying last time. He did that power bomb. Sorry, he did that alley-oop face bust into that Liger bomb combo. And I'm like, even though it's a 2 count, that should be his finish.
And I can actually answer that question when you get done there. So go ahead.
I'm just saying, I love the I do love the spin the block lariat as a finish, but I do prefer his alley-oop face buster into the Liger bomb. I think that looks far more devastating as a finish, but he does get the win, and it's to another break. So on you go, sir.
Now, Watch was saying here, says Cardona's another guy who I think's Netflix ready, but I understand why he retains indie status. The answer to that's real simple, because he gets to keep the other 50%. See, the thing about it is, and this is for people who don't know, WWE maintains and retains minimum 50% of all of your revenue. So if you sell a t-shirt, WWE gets half of it, and they get the half that doesn't get taxed. And so that's why some of these cameos you see with some of these stars are like $500 and $600 and $700, and WWE gets half of that. So that's why, I mean, Cardona is a lot ready for a lot of things.
He's so good.
But I like seeing him in the position he's in right now, because if we're keeping a counter here, Matt Cardona has been to GCW, he's been to Divide,
Progress.
He showed up in New Japan. He's been on the Ring of Honor. He's been on the Ring of Honor pay-per-view. He's been on TNA.
Former NWA World Champion.
Former NWA, so he's been on NWA. He couldn't do that if he went to WWE. And regardless of what WWE says they're going to do, they're going to be sending scouts to indies. That's how they're going to go to the indies now. They're going to be scouting the indies for that WWE ID program. And since they're going to be there anyway, sort of as a fuck you, we're going to take over and we're going to beat your best talent. That's pretty much it. So, I mean, that's... You weren't tuned in for Peak Fandango, and you didn't miss a fucking thing. That's all I got to say. You did not miss one fucking thing. They booked him so badly. It was not even funny. He was a good wrestler. I mean, it's like the Elias Cat. Yeah, the Elias Cat. He's fucking awesome wrestler too. They just don't know how to book wrestlers.
It's mad as well, because when you look at Fandango, for example,
it stands for "I want gold, please."
He actually has still to this day, in my opinion, the biggest WrestleMania shock win of all time. Let's be real. No, when he beat Chris Jericho in his WrestleMania debut.
Oh, that one too, yeah. But the U.S. title one was, to me, a bigger one because nobody expected him to win it, and when he won it, we were like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, I mean, well, that was for Fandango, but for Cardona's Cardona's WrestleMania moment as well was taken off him so quickly. I found that so crap. If he agreed to that, then he's an idiot, because I actually think he would have been a good Intercontinental Champion. Then again, though, we did say that nobody really likes The Miz, but The Miz ended up having a good Intercontinental title run that straight after, before he lost it to Nick Nemeth. But
Yeah.
Cardona actually really suited the Intercontinental title when he won that ladder match. Actually looked tailor-made for him. Again, that was just his, you know what, congratulations on your service. Here's your moment. And then, by the way, you're losing it on Raw because Reece is fit and Miz has to at least have something on the side.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I like it. It is a good move. It is a very good move. That will actually help me in the future, Matthew. I want gold, please. My mnemonic device.
Well, he asked what IWGP stands for. To me, it stands for I want gold, please. Because everybody in New Japan's gold hungry, and those are the kind of people you need. That's what really, if all of the other promotions would adopt that style, we'd actually have competition across the board.
Oh yeah.
Nobody in New Japan doesn't want to be the world champion. Even the women want to be the IWGP World Heavyweight Champion too. That makes for good competition.
It's like peak NWA days, or peak WCW, or peak WWF. Everyone was there. And actually, to be fair, even TNA during their best days, they literally all said the same thing. If you are not here to be world champion, then don't come here.
And what are you doing here? Yeah, if you don't want to be the champion, why are you here?
Exactly. The world champion is the prime spot. I'm still sad Y2 Jabba screw. Yeah, I agree. But then again though, here's the thing. If Chris Jericho had beaten if Cardona had beaten Chris Jericho for the Ring of Honor World title, he's in a similar issue like if he went back to WWE. He's tied down to a promotion. He's tied down to Ring of Honor. And let's be real, the Ring of Honor World title doesn't mean much these days. And that's not me shitting on Ring of Honor by any shape or fashion. I'm not. But the Ring of Honor World title doesn't feel as much as it did, say, 2004 to 2017, 2018 Ring of Honor, when it was actually great. This current version of Ring of Honor, it's still trying to find its feet, but it's not as good as it once was.
And on top of that too, Cardona was in a position, in a very going into that particular match and that particular set of matches and so on and so forth, Cardona was not in the best position. The backstage of this was like this. They had a contract sitting on the desk. If Cardona had signed it, he would have beat Jericho.
Yeah.
And because he didn't sign the contract, they let it run up to a certain level, but they wouldn't let him go over because at that point in time, if you'll remember back, they were squabbling with GCW, and Cardona's next set of matches were going to be through GCW. Cardona's next 5 matches. So Tony Khan absolutely was not going to let him go to GCW with the Ring of Honor title and take a chance that he was going to fall into that Effie thing and start making fun of AEW while holding the Ring of Honor title. So, I mean, not that I think Matt Cardona would do that. Not that I think. I don't think he'd do it, but you have to look at it from Tony Khan's perspective. I mean, everybody thought Ricky Starks had an IQ above freezing. We found out he didn't, and same thing with Ray Phoenix. You thought these guys have been in the business for a long time. They understand how the business works. Just keep your fucking mouth shut for 6 months and you're gold. But none of those idiots could do it. He
was in an interview recently as well, Ray Phoenix. He was in an interview recently as well. I don't know if you've seen it, but he's actually said that he's waiting for a recall to television from Tony Khan, or at least a conversation about what is going to happen with him. He's actually waiting to be recalled, which says a lot. Cardona would have likely had a Mercedes type presentation promote the Ring of Honor title. It's a risk but fun to see. No, I don't disagree with that. I absolutely do not disagree with that in any shape or form. The only thing is, though, is I don't think you can promote much for Ring of Honor these days because it's not as strong as it once was. I think that's the only problem. I don't think there's nobody on this planet that can promote Ring of Honor as strongly as it once was. I don't think you can.
You
I don't think
can,
you can.
but we've got to quit. We've got to quit nickel and diming it on
The hardcore fan base is gone. The
Yeah.
hardcore Ring of Honor fan base is gone. They will never come back to this. They don't like it.
We could get him back though. He just needs what he needs to
don't
do, and I've said this quite regularly. He needs to either book AEW and hire somebody to book Ring of Honor separately, or just drop the facade and have Ring of Honor be the lead or the openings, the curtain jerkers, and the higher end mid card matches and pay-per-views, and just put them all together and call it a day.
Or sell to somebody that actually cares about Ring of Honor.
Paul seems to care about it. Paul seems to care about it, but I'm not sure that he spent way too much time up in Stanford to remember how to book properly. He didn't spend enough time in WCW and spent too much time in Stanford.
He's also never booked. This is his first booking assignment as well. This is his first booking assignment, so it's tricky, but he's at least given it a go. I think the hardest thing is that unless you're seeing on your Ring of Honor roster Adam Cole and all that, and you've got Bryan Danielson, Samoa Joe, Christopher Daniels, etc., leading the charge, both behind the scenes and on the front, it's not going to be worth a dime because that's where it matters. And I don't think you're going to get that. I do remember that title run, very short, like his body, but yeah. Main event, long story short, Fraxium do retain, but it's actually a fun match. If you do get the chance, go watch it. The Nemeth brothers versus Nathan Fraser and Axiom for the NXT tag team titles. It was Ryan Nemeth that eats the pin from the super kick brainbuster combination. There's a lot of tying in. I think they're going to have Ryan Nemeth turn on Nick Nemeth because they keep having these little run-ins together in the ring where they keep making mistakes, and it's always Ryan Nemeth who keeps accepting these matches that they have literally no chance of winning. Well, Nick Nemeth could in the handicap match, but it doesn't. I think they're building to this. I have a fun feeling. I think despite taking all these clotheslines from GBL, I think GBL is actually aligned with Ryan Nemeth. I think he's secretly with GBL.
Good. Maybe they can secretly go somewhere and take JBL with them.
The funny thing is, pro wrestling needs JBL.
Like a case of the clap.
No, not like that. But if you want to be a genuine heel in this business, you need GBL. Because let's be real, he could sure as hell do a whole lot better for some of the heels in AEW right now. Not do better than, do better for. Some of those heels that actually need to get over, he would get them over as a heel, easy.
We'll agree to disagree. Yeah, we'll agree to disagree on that one because I think JBL is lazy, unmotivated, idiotic, and stupid. The stuff that he did worked back then because we didn't have a woke generation. Now you can't run around and track down Mexicans in the back of a truck. That's just not. I mean, you could do that back when he was healing. Yeah, and the problem is he doesn't have a heel mantra that works in society now, and he's just falling back on what I call lazy tricks. So
I think he still has a lot to offer in a variety of ways that perhaps maybe you're overlooking. I do get your point, but I think he would be able to do something besides the clotheslines. He still has that. The one thing that he can certainly do, and not many of them have it. And this, to be fair, some talents in TNA have this issue, some talents in WWE have this issue, and so does AEW. The genuine heels that you actually want to believe in that are heels and you want to see them get booed, they're not getting those reactions that actually matter. The only heel in AEW that's consistently given the hate reaction is Don Callis.
Mm-hmm. Because he still understands how heels work.
You've got Don Callis with his group, and eventually they will get it. You stick GBL with a couple of those talents as well. The arrogant side of being a heel, that one person can just come in, do that bit of business, and then just those guys just get up and fuck off. That's money. And it works simply. It works in that way. I'm not sure who you would pair him with, but I think, just picture this. On your roster, as an interfering heel manager or somebody who dictates the play, you've got a heel Jake Roberts, you've got a heel JBL, and you've got a heel Don Callis.
I mean,
serious money there.
I mean, you could pair him with Tessa Blanchard, and you could have the clown and the cunt right there at the same time. You'd have it all going.
That's another one you could do.
Yeah,
that's something you can do. I do get what I do understand though. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm just trying to find ways that you could use him, because the good thing about it is he wouldn't have got all that stem cell surgery for nothing if he didn't think he could contribute, even in some way. He wouldn't have done that if he didn't feel he could contribute. WWE ruined him with that commentary section, but TNA have been using him, and the Indies have used him like somebody who comes in like a hitman and he kills you with the clotheslines.
Yeah, no, I'm right behind him with that, though. As soon as I get enough bag up, I'm going down to Costa Rica and do the same thing. I don't particularly care to go back to wrestling. I care to be normal. You know, that's they're doing the stem cell stuff right now because
it's great for you.
Life sucks after you retire from wrestling and you don't run the ropes anymore and you start walking. I mean, like Cody Rhodes, we're not in SmackDown yet, but when Cody Rhodes was coming down to the ring last night, I made the comment that he's got the old wrestler walk and he ain't even an old wrestler yet, you know?
He's close to being out commission. And yes, she did say that because she doesn't want to hear the words NXT and TNA. She says Miss NXT TNA. She wants to be the bridge between both. You know what, Tita and Anna Grace, just for that, cool. I'll give you that. But go suck an egg. GBL and MJF are so... You know what's funny? Because MJF is absolutely trash, as you Americans would say. I call it shit over here. GBL could do a whole lot for MJF. What's up, Fletch? How are you, my man? Hope you're doing well.
What's up, Fletch?
Just going to give, before we move quickly, Scott, that's also absolutely correct. We are going to quickly jump onto Ring of Honor, which is going to take like 10 minutes because Ring of Honor generally last night wasn't good. And I think
I watched the first 20 minutes of it, and I'm like, fuck it, I'm not covering this either.
You know what? I'm going to let Matt review it for 10 minutes, but I'm just going to quickly cover for anyone who wants to know next week's TNA card. Joe Hendry versus Jake Something's going to be the main event for the world title. Masha Slamovich versus Savannah Evans for the TNA Knockouts title. Josh Alexander versus Eric Young in his final TNA match. Frankie Kazarian versus Sami Callihan. And Zaya Brookside versus Cora Jade. So 5 matches next week. And straight away, Scott Steiner, ever the reliable. Cody has run himself into the ground as he's doing every show. Yep, his body is catching up to him. Fletcher saying, what's going over there? Whoa, we're coming to that. Don't you worry. WWE can have late talk shows with Maxwell Midman. Ring of Honor time? Yep, you'll find out. Andrade paired with GBL could save his career. Both guys are easy to hate. Good shout. I need to see Ricky Starks versus Kenta from last night and also Swerve at Defy. Ricky Starks versus Kenta last night was actually really good. I liked it. That's the only thing I watched live last night was this match. And then I went to sleep. But I rated it. I think Ricky Starks is a good transition for Kenta because Kenta's going to stick to Noah in New Japan. It helps him constantly instead of having to constantly travel back over here. I actually approve that decision. Anyway, Matthew, I'm going to put you in the hot seat.
Well, if you're depending on me for 10 minutes on Ring of Honor, we're going to be in trouble here because I don't have 10 minutes worth. Here's pretty much how it's going to go.
Butcher it because it was shit, so butcher it.
Yeah, Blake Christian versus Adam Priest. Who cares?
Correct.
Blake Christian defeated Adam Priest by submission. Nobody gives a fuck.
Really poor.
He's typically been their workhorse here for the past few shows too. He fell flat. Griff Garrison and Preston Vance with Cole Carter, whom nobody knows, went against two jobbers. Nobody cared. Let's see who won that match there.
It was Griff Garrison.
Griff Garrison and Preston Vance won. Nobody gives a shit there either. Lee Johnson with El Duca versus John Davis. Johnson wins. We knew that. Nobody gave a shit. Ring of Honor Women's Champion Athena with Billy Starks as her new minion for hire versus Carolina Cruz. Carolina Cruz, by the way, was presented shitty. I was very angry about that, but it's okay. Athena defeated Carolina Cruz because Athena's never losing that title. Mansoor with Madden versus Sammy Guevara. Almost gave a fuck, figured out what was going on and didn't care.
Can we stop promoting? This is the thing. I actually have an issue with Ring of Honor. Can Ring of Honor stop making competitive matches with these jobbers? They're actually making them get more offense than they deserve. Like the duo that faced Griff Garrison and all that. The guy that was in the opening match against Blake Christian and Mansoor got far too much offense. They're all fucking jobbers. And yes, Catherine, MXM are jobbers.
And, of course, after that, Red Velvet versus Robin Renegade for the Ring of Honor World title. If I'm not mistaken, Red Velvet beat, and nobody gave a fuck. So that was it. That was all of the Ring of Honor I really want to cover. So,
in the main event, the Outrunners won the Fatal 4-Way tag match when it should have been Grizzled Young Veterans. So well done, Tony Khan, for fucking up a good tag team, you clown. Thank you.
So Ring of Honor was traditionally Ring of Honor usually is a pretty damn good show. I couldn't cover it on Thursday because of work, but
you were right not to anyway.
Yeah, and I'm glad I didn't because I was trying to catch up with it while you were doing the TNA review, so I'd actually be able to contribute. First 20 minutes of it, I just turned it back off. I'm like, it's fucking bullshit. I just can't do it. You know, it's just. Yeah, I love them about as much as I do Ash. I wish they'd get rid of that fucking gimmick because individually, without that gimmick, both of them can go.
They suck.
So, but under this gimmick is just...
They're the worst gimmick in pro wrestling. They are honestly the worst gimmick in pro wrestling.
No, Fandango is the worst gimmick right now in pro wrestling. So, WWE's like, hold my beer and watch this shit. Fandango's much worse.
The thing is, I would rather watch someone do some sort of mad, bizarre ballroom dance than two grown men pouring water over themselves thinking that they're all that. I mean, for me, it's cringe. It is absolute cringe.
Yes, it's rough. MXM is rough. I'm not going to trash them because I know individually they can wrestle. It just kind of pains me when you have good wrestlers stuck with a dumbass gimmick that got over. And I know that from experience because now I'm bow tie guy and I didn't even intend to have a gimmick. When I went to the convention now, if you ask the wrestlers about Graps TV, they can't tell you shit. But if you say bow tie guy, everybody knows who the fuck I am. Like everybody on the independent circuit now knows who I am, but I'm bow tie guy. I didn't intend for that to happen. But I got there and it went over, so I'm stuck with it. So now I got to figure out how to transition it from that to being actually me. So I can understand what kind of a boat they're in, per se. It's amazing that a lot of people know you. They don't know you by the name that everybody else knows you as. You see, that's kind of the weird part of that. Overall, though, the zesty part of the whole thing, taking one half of the tag team titles and posing with it, shooting picture sets and all that crap. Yeah. That was dumb. I didn't really care for that too much. I understand where it's going, but let's go ahead and get there, get it over with, and get back to reality. That's basically it. The show was trash. And you'll never hear me say that about an AEW product. So if I'm saying it, the show was trash. Okay. The show was absolute trash. if you're going to bring the Renegades in, don't bring them in the title picture so they look weak. That's another thought that I had.
Absolutely. Before we review SmackDown, I just
Take
want
your
to
blood
share
pressure medicine.
I just want to share something for everybody, and I want you to tell me what's a big issue with this picture here. Tell me what's the biggest problem with this picture. Oh, TH14, I've just got a notification from them. Oh, his newest upload, the story of Lex Luger versus Ric Flair at Starrcade 1988. Interesting. Interesting.
Uh-huh.
To be fair, it wasn't a bad feud, to be fair. It could have been better, but it wasn't too bad. But, yes. What's wrong with this picture?
I can't see it for one. Oh, it's I Slow Stupid. And
Not that bit. Right here.
with what's his name again?
Omos.
Omos and Styles hanging out again. Yeah.
The fact that you recall this guy from Noah and you don't even use him at the Royal Rumble. One absolute sham. I mean, I'm not
he
a
got
huge
over
fan
organically.
Yeah,
he was getting
I'm
over
not-
organically, and we can't have that.
He was doing excellent. I mean, I'm not a big Omos fan, but
Me
I
either.
really liked what he was doing. I really liked what he was doing in Noah, and I like the way he uses the last ride powerbomb. It looks, you generally can scare a lot of people with that thing because of how
Mhm.
tall he is, legitimately tall. It is terrifying. Omos Styles reunion wouldn't be a bad thing. Although Styles does need to win a singles title, but I think I wouldn't mind them going against some point. Anyway, it's time. We are 1 hour, 52 minutes, and 20 seconds into the triple threat. Now we need to, yeah, absolutely, exactly that. He was a tag team champion with one of the best teams outside North America in Team 2000X. He was a tag team champion. He forfeited his title to come back to Karen. Disgusting. Anyway, for you, lovely ladies, gentlemen, and big booty daddies, as Scott Steiner was called in WCW, we have, or Freakzilla, whatever you prefer. We are now doing the third of our triple threat, the laydown pinfall of the triple threat, WWE Smackdown. We're going to go through that. Dev says, snatching Omos back on Black History Month, Triple H, we know what you are. Damn. But yes, Triple K, hashtag Triple
That's
K.
what I was thinking. That could be the tag team. That could be the mixed tag team for JBL and Tessa Blanchard. It could be the Clan and the Cunt. It would work. It would work. I'm telling you, it would work. I mean,
yeah, it would. I prefer Freakzilla on weekends, thanks. I'm surprised Omos wasn't released. Yes. Speaking of releases, we are going to quickly run through some of these before we even review SmackDown, because they were all pretty much done during SmackDown, which is a shame.
yeah,
Again,
all you fans that bought all that merchandise, you're fucked. You're fucked. You're fucked. You're fucked, and you're definitely fucked. So
again, this is what WWE does really badly. Now, before we do this, we need to switch song because we need the reality song for this. Now, releases happen, right? No one in the pro or in any industry or profession is 100% job safe unless you've got an ironclad contract. In the event if you breach it, then by any chance you're going to get fired. And Fernando, thank you. This is one of my points. You've brought them up. some of these talents that have been released, 100%, it's a shame, but there's other places to go. So you're not technically out of a job. It just means you've got a new place to look for. Some of these releases, I am genuinely surprised by. So let's go through them that we know so far. Top 2 already, Gallows and Anderson. Again, there's genuinely some madness behind these releases. And I agree with Catherine to an extent. We shouldn't be blaming for the releases. Technically, you can. Now, Nick Khan absolutely does sign the checks and he will release you. But you can blame Triple H when he's not using these talents on TV. That you can go, well, all right then, they're not doing it, they're not contributing on TV, let them go. So you can blame him for that, and that is his choice. But the Good Brothers are a legitimate tag team.
Mm-hmm.
How you don't use them, I do not know. Carl Anderson has got one of the best spine busters in the business. He has a good ring psychology. The machine gun is a great gimmick. Luke Gallows has completely redone himself, and going to New Japan changed him around, and he came back an even better version of himself. He comes back to WWE and gets released again. Now, this is the second time they've been released from that company. I'm starting to really wonder what the fuck is going on. For him, 3 times, but for Anderson, it's twice.
Anderson's twice, Gallows is 3 times.
But it is really bad. Yeah, they're doing that for no reason, though. That's the thing. So they're putting them there. Offers of Pain. An NXT tag team. Performance Center.
Mm-hmm.
You get rid of Offers of Pain when your main roster divisions are lacking a genuine tag team.
They're also lacking on genuine, scary big guys, too.
Yeah. You get rid of Isla Dawn, who's actually what WWE fans clamor about, that you need good promo skills, you need a good character. Isla Dawn actually had a very good character and a good look. So she's gone. Again, that makes no sense. You get rid of Sonya Deville, but and only one fraction of the fan base kicked up a fuss about Sonya Deville, and it was the LGBTQ side, because obviously they've referenced another member of their representation has been binned. Cedric Alexander was... Nobody knows what's actually happened to him, but he's gone. And then came the biggest shock of them all. You get rid of Paul Ellering?
Mm-hmm.
Seriously?
Yeah.
The guy who managed the greatest professional wrestling tag team of all time? Sorry, Young Buck fans, it's a fact. The greatest tag team of all time is the Legion of Doom. And I'm a Heart Foundation fan, so there you go. The greatest tag team of all time is LOD, the Road Warriors. And you bin him? Why? Why would you get rid of Paul Ellering, you absolute dumb fuck? Genuinely. And Fernando, again, spot on. How can you know how good someone is if they don't get booked? Exactly. Doesn't matter what happened to her, she's still gone. Like, what was the point? What was the point of putting her in a faction? Like, the Pure Lesbian Collection, what's the point of them now? What is the point?
Yeah, Team Strap-On is kind of, they're kind of a little bit short. I got an answer for you on that, though. I've been thinking about this all day, and with the exception of Sonya Deville, because I don't think she ever had any wrestling acumen, but she was a hell of a shoot fighter.
Yeah.
The one thing that all of these guys and ladies have in common, and I'm even going to extend this to Dawn, is
this one as well. I don't understand that release as well. Blair Davenport made no sense.
Her acquisition was a fuck you. What's shocking anybody? They weren't going to use her. They just took her away from AEW, so AEW couldn't use her. That was pretty much it.
She was not even near them. That's the thing.
But see, that's the whole thing is, with the exception of DeVille, they're easy to figure out because they're all wrestlers. They're not sports entertainers. None of those that have been released were actual sports entertainers. They're people who can actually wrestle. And, in the WWE, not that I'm criticizing, because God knows I would never do that for WWE. We like cinema there. And in fact, as Dave LaGreca put it, we don't need any of this fucking flippy shit around here. And you know what? Paul Levesque was like, hey, these fucking idiots are buying it. Hey, Nick, you can cut these guys. They actually wrestle. We don't fucking need them. I blame Triple H for that, because Nick Khan just doesn't randomly start killing contracts because he doesn't have the book. So Nick Khan doesn't have the book. He's got the balance sheet, but he doesn't have the book. And if he's just sitting in an office throwing darts and randomly cutting people, Triple H would have to come in there and go, hey, I was going to use that guy. You can't cut him. But the main thing that all of these people have in common is they actually know how to fucking wrestle. And we don't want that in WWE. We want entertainers. We want soap opera stars. We want people that bitch, moan, and beta. We don't want people who can actually do the wrestling part of world wrestling entertainment. We just want the people that can do the world and the entertainment part. Wrestling optional.
Yeah.
So that's your answer right there. So, but B. Priestley, man, when B. Priestley goes back to AEW, and I say when, not if, because obviously none of these folks are going to TNA because partnership. When she goes back to AEW, I think that's the death knell for Britt Baker. Britt Baker leaves AEW, gets on out, and y'all can have her up in NXT for however long you can stand her. As far as the Isla Dawn thing, I know that what's her face? The Becky 2.0, Lyra Valkyria, one of them. They all got Valk in their damn name. Lyra Valkyria put out a tweet talking about good riddance. People thought she was kidding. I don't think she was kidding. I think Isla Dawn was a locker room problem.
I don't think I'd be surprised if she was. I didn't get that vibe from her.
No, go back and read Lyra Valkyria's post. I mean, it was written like a joke, but I read between the lines and I didn't see a joke there. I didn't see a joke at all. I saw laughing emojis, but I didn't see one single joke there at all. It said good riddance, said whoever the next locker room is, look out, things like that.
Well, I'm waiting for them to drop her ass because she can't even do anything right.
The only thing she did right was get tapped on the shoulder by Becky, and that's just it. As long as Becky Lynch is around, Lyra Valkyria is going to be around. So.
Yeah, I don't think... Yeah, I'm not thinking it's that way at all. I think it's just dating back to their feuds, because they did work NXT. I don't think this is her openly saying... good Rinsley, just get rid, but I think there's certainly some other issues there. But
well, Isla Dawn was the more talented of the two, so I can't understand why she's gone and the other idiot's there unless her knee work is a lot better than her ring work. I don't know.
Well,
yeah, I said that out loud.
It's unfortunately one less Scottish talent, unfortunately, but yeah.
But at some point in time, this is a conversation I'm going to have with everybody. At some point in time, WWE cares about two things, money and money. And if you ain't making money or you ain't making money, they don't want you. And there's two different ways. I said that twice, not to be rude or to troll or anything else. There's two types of money you make in this business. There's revenue and there's merch. And the two are separate. Because the revenue makes itself, the merch the athletes have to work on.
Yeah.
So they're in it for money and money. They're in it for the revenue. They're in it for the merch. And if you ain't doing one or the other, you're gone. But at the same time, though, I mean, it made perfect sense to me. All of these releases make perfect sense to me. Even Cedric Alexander, because Cedric Alexander can wrestle. And the fact of the matter is WWE is hemorrhaging money at a ridiculously high rate. We were going over the numbers on Covalent the other night, and it absolutely floored me that the entire process that you see, the merch, the everything else, all that is only 20% of their business model. Everything else is what they've gotten rights and production and TV contracts and everything else. But they're burning through that at the rate of about $100 million a quarter. So that means every year they're every quarter they're $100 million in the red. It's not going to take them long to burn through that $5 billion. That's what people don't get.
The only problem, and this is the unfortunate reality that we're stuck in, they are burning through that, I agree, but they're not exactly in the red at the moment, are they? They're still in the black.
No, they're in the red. They just ain't gonna let you see what parts they're in the red in. They're in the black when it comes to the TV deal, but they're upside down on merch. Merch sales are dropping. If you notice, SmackDown was not packed. It was not sold out. And that's going to be the trend going forward. That's why they're heading over to Europe to, fleece y'all for a little while, because y'all still like it over there. Y'all will still show up for the shows. Y'all will still sell out buildings. People over here are getting tired of the shit, and they're not going to buy in.
I mean, the show is literally it's like about a month away, I think. It is in March, but the exact date for it. Yeah.
But this isn't a road to WrestleMania anymore. This thing's a pig path.
This is the only thing for this is a legitimate road to WrestleMania build up. But it is a Monday Night Raw for then. And I'm looking at this on Ticketmaster, and I am not joking. Yeah, I haven't bought a ticket for this. I might still end up going. So I'm actually looking right now. How much is that seat right there? So if I look here, for example, how much? So, for example, I'm good. Ticketmaster right now.
It was like 500 quid.
Oh, you're close.
I didn't think I was far off. I do know how to do conversions between the dollars and everything, so I've got to run an idea in my head. Between five and 650 on the quid side.
Yeah, well, look at this. So there's the setup, right? I'm going to zoom in for you, right?
Yeah.
Hold on, it's on the wrong tab. 2 seconds. My apologies. Oh, get on the right tab, you piece of shit. There we go.
Yeah, damn it.
I apologize. So there's your ring seats, right? There's your closest. So this is the area, obviously, like behind the announce table, like the commentary. There's your price at the minute. If you can see that.
I can't yet. You got to blow it up bigger than that.
But behave. Fucking stupid thing.
Okay, I blew it up where I could kind of see it too.
Fine. It's not me, Catherine. It's not my fault.
Between 700 and 1,000 quid. I see it.
That seat there, section 003. But I can't zoom in any further because it won't show the prices. But that right there is £570.20. That's for a ringside seat behind, and that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 non-VIP seats. The VIP seat, the superfan package, £652, and then the one right in front, which is a 360 ringsider package, is £897.70. And that is
Y'all
the
are
third.
still getting shit cheap. That's still cheap. Believe it or
Yep.
not, that's cheap.
Let's have a look up here. These seats, same 897 quid.
Jesus.
634 quid. £702. Let's have a look on this side. 650. 456. Let's have a look far back. Here's the coincidence. All these sections are sold out. These are all sold out, but look at this. £201. This section, 350.
Yeah, you're at the edge of the bowl.
Right at the very top of the hydro, at the very, very top. £116. I'm quite lucky, Rusty. I'm not from any state.
No, I'm clean across the country. Conrad comes from Oklahoma. I'm over here in North Carolina. I'm clean across the country.
A few guys might be close to that region. I'm not sure. For me, it's 1 o'clock in the morning. Except for these shows, obviously, if I go there live. But yeah, 1 o'clock in the morning is when that's why I can't review these live or do watch-alongs unless my house is absolutely empty and quiet, because I don't want to wake up any of my family, which I do during the summer when they go on holiday and I choose to go nowhere. I do some odd watch-alongs now and again. But I've been to a few WWE shows. The most expensive show I went to was Money in the Bank. I paid nearly double what I paid to go to All In.
Wouldn't surprise me. Wouldn't surprise me at all.
Same city. O2 Arena compared to Wembley, and I've been to Wembley twice for All In. And Money in the Bank costs pretty much more.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you how bad it is. I went to Clash at the Castle 2022 in Cardiff. Didn't even come close to how much I spent going to London. And that included flying from here to Bristol and then getting a train from Bristol to Cardiff. So it's like from England to Wales. So it's just mental. Compared to a direct train flight, hotel, and the actual tickets to go to the O2 Arena, which was like 10,000, 12,000 people. And then Wembley was a big fraction of that. Mental. But yeah, so there's your money. And actually, here's something as well. There's the prices of... Once I take that comment off, 2 seconds, I'll come back to that comment in a second, Catherine. I might be able to zoom in on these better. Wrong bloody screen. I'm zooming in on that one. Wrong one. Sorry. No, I don't want this. Piss off. There you go, guys. Look at that. That's all your VIP sections. The maximum
Those are still cheaper, though. They really are. They're way cheaper than our VIPs over here. They're like half the price. Even when I do the conversion. Wait a minute. What is the pound trading against the dollar today?
There you go.
Yeah, it's not even close. You guys are getting that stuff for more than half off of what they charge in the States, because that superfan package starts at $1,500.
It used to be a lot worse. Our conversion rate. It used to be a lot worse.
And if you get CM Punk involved in it, it's $3,500 for the cheapest seat in the building. If you're in that superfan package, you get Penta for $1,500. You get CM Punk for $2,400. You get the combination of the two of them for $3,100. Supposed to be a package deal.
And Catherine, I know, and I agree with Catherine. I hate when talent does this to us. A talent, don't do this. I completely agree. And Dev says, I hope you guys get a WrestleMania race. Your crowd always goes crazy, and I get you all deserve it. We do. Let's be real. The UK fan base drove WWE's financials for a long time. American fans refuse to admit this, but it's true. But we bucked your asses a lot. We had the Royal Rumble. We've had Clash. Well, we're going to get Royal Rumble, so we had SummerSlam. I'll be surprised if we ever get a WrestleMania here, but I don't see an issue.
They're going to do one in London in the next 2 years. You're going to get a WrestleMania in London, but I don't think you'll get one in Scotland.
Well, we did have Clash at the Clash here. I think Scotland's got 4 big stadiums that could realistically do a big, like, you could host a SummerSlam, Royal Rumble, WrestleMania in Scotland because you've got 60 to 75,000 seater stadiums here. You could. I don't see it happening though because Wembley's like 90,000. But you could still do a big Royal Rumble show at like the National Stadium, for example. Like there's big enough capacities to do it if they wanted to. But I don't know. We'll see. I mean, I would like that, but I also want a couple of AEW events here. I want to see some TNA events here again. I haven't seen New Japan come up here.
Here's the thing about it. And this is the difference between U.S. fans and European fans on anything, not just wrestling.
Yeah.
The average fan here, the average WWE fan, not all of them, don't say I said all fans, but the average. In other words, greater than half of WWE fans are minimum wage blokes, as you'd call them. They're Drakes and Drovers. The average WWE fan is a minimum wage joke.
Equivalent to you guys, blue collar workers.
No, these aren't even blue collar. These are like fast food.
Still the same.
It goes under that. Well, blue collar around here is like manufacturing and people that when you get up into the $16, $17, $18 an hour range, you're blue collar. You know, you get
that here for working at McDonald's.
Yeah. Well, see, you don't get that here working at McDonald's. Well, you do now, but that'll go away in a couple of months anyway. But
it's mental. It's mental how much they're forking out on people's wages nowadays.
But so the whole thing of it is you guys will come over here for a WrestleMania regardless. You'll hop on a plane, you'll catch a boat, you'll do all that shit.
It's the spectacle that people are going for. Like, it's the big experience. Like,
exactly. Our people will not come to you because half of them can't spell passport, much less get one.
Very true. I mean, there are obviously televised speakers that have openly said that American education system is absolutely crap. So you're not exactly wrong.
So I mean, they're not going to do that. I can see them having the Rumble in Riyadh because there's money in Riyadh. You can do it in Riyadh and people will pay the money. And it's already basically prepaid and subsidized anyway. So even a street urchin could get a ticket to a WWE event in Riyadh because they're all subsidized.
I think you could also... I think you absolutely could get a WrestleMania over here. It's likely to be in London anyway because obviously London is the capital of the UK. It's the biggest marketing area in the entirety of all 4 countries combined, Northern Ireland, Scotland, Wales, and England. It is the biggest by far, and London is an absolute madness. But the amount of people that I met from the States, the amount of people I met from Europe, that all across the globe that came for All In, the first one, it was mental. The amount of people that came over here, podcasters, content creators, other wrestling talents that hadn't been they all came over for this show.
Right, because the average AEW fan is not blue collar, or they are blue collar, but they're upper blue collar. They do know how to spell passport. They enjoy what they enjoy, and Tony Khan doesn't charge a fucking arm and a leg to go see it. So I get a plane ticket over there. I can get a plane ticket for $300-400. I don't know how much the room would cost, but I'm guessing it's not going to be more than a couple of $100.
You do too. You can get a room here for 2 nights for about 120 quid.
See, that's what I'm trying to say. So it's that in our translation, it'd be under $200 here. So I mean, basically, you pick up a ticket to All In,
Yeah.
And let's say you pick up one of those $50 or $60 tickets and you got about $500 in your travel, plus you get a vacation out of it.
And you get to explore a place you've never been to before.
Exactly.
Theoretically,
That's
if
what
you've
I'm
never
saying. You
traveled.
get what you call a holiday, we call vacation here. So
Oh yeah, exactly.
yeah, Arab
Yeah.
crowds are boring, and the matches are boring. I thought having the Royal Rumble in Riyadh is
It's I won't be covering it. I've
yeah,
already
it's
said
like
I
playing.
already said in the channel I'm not covering anything Saudi this year. I've got nothing against Saudi people. Again, it's nothing against them.
Oh, I
But
do, but I mean, it's
like
not
like
political. I don't
I
understand why men can run around in fucking spandex, but women have to cover up every little mole, freckle, and everything on their fucking body. I don't get it.
I just don't want to cover it anymore because the more and more people use it as an excuse that they're making all this investment when we know what else goes on.
Yeah,
I don't want that association anymore. Now, if people come at me and say, "Well, you're publicly stating on your channel that you're refusing to acknowledge people," well, I could easily turn around and say, "Well, how can you come at me for that when you went and watched the FIFA World Cup, which was in Qatar?" And it's the
Mhm.
same, way. Like
It's all
whether
blood
people,
money. Yeah, it's all
yeah,
blood
like
money.
now I watched the World Cup. I watched it even though I know what goes on over there.
Mhm.
I just don't want to watch because of exactly what Maria says. It's the government. I don't want to watch it because of them. The Saudi people, are amazing. They are.
I
But
just think it's stupid. I think having a rumble there is absolutely just.
yeah,
I'm trying to stay away from the word. It
it's
is.
dangerous. It's dangerously overproduced, and it's just for the money, so they don't have any financial problems for the rest of the quarter.
Yeah, I mean, and you're going to have all of your female staff there, or a good majority of them. You'll have 30 women there who are not, with only one of them, the fat ass Naya is the only one that's used to wrestling in a bodysuit. Nobody else is. So you
Piper to an
get
extent. Piper to an
well,
extent. With her gear.
Piper was skirted out last night. She was skirted, legs showing, the whole 9 yards.
But you get what I mean, though.
Nia Jax is the only one there that wrestles in a full bodysuit. And now
I
Charlotte
think we know
Flair
why.
did it. Charlotte Flair did it for the Rumble, and I don't know if you guys noticed that or not, but she was in a full bodysuit.
Yeah, I mean,
So
it looked off.
Charlotte
It looked
Flair
weird.
did it, and she looked stupid. I mean, she couldn't
Yeah.
maintain, and it's just not something you can't change up an entire dynamic of an entire division and
Mhm.
expect people not to get hurt, not to have botches. It's going to happen. It happens every time they go. This is going to be catastrophic for WWE. I would only expect to see maybe one of your peak stars, and that's going to be it in the whole show. The rest of them are going to be jobbers because if you run 30 women through there and all 30 of them get injured, what the hell are you going to do for the next 6 months?
And here's another bad thing as well. This show will be on a Saturday. You've then
And
got
Sunday. Yeah, Rumble will be 2 days by the time it comes there, so it'll be a 2-day show.
yeah. If
Saturday
it is by
and
that
Sunday.
event, by that estimation, the Raw taping's already in trouble because they're going to have to tape the Raw segments for who wins the Royal Rumble, and fans will be in attendance for that. Guess what happens straight away?
Spoilers.
Oh look, Sami Zayn won the Royal Rumble.
Well, Sami Zayn's going to win it on the guy's side over there anyway because he hummed the laws really well.
I fundamentally believe next year it'll be Sami Zayn and Bianca Belair that wins both Rumbles. Oh, I said that out loud. Yeah, I think
Zayn for the guys. Sami Zayn for the guys. I'm not sure Bianca.
I think Bianca. I think they'll generally do Bianca. I wouldn't be surprised, even though she's already done it. I think they'll give her again because they've realized why they've picked Charlotte. You can't rely on. Well, we're about to evaluate it, and review it, but you can't rely on these mid champions. especially
No, you can't
one.
rely on. You don't have a division you can rely on in the first place. It looks like a monkey fucking a football every time they get out there, and it
Mhm.
just doesn't work. I mean, it's not that great. Their
Mhm.
division is not that good, and they got rid of one person that could have actually made it better.
Blair Davenport.
Well, Blair Davenport as well, but I was really thinking more along the lines of what's her name, the one in the strap-on team again.
Or Sonya Deville.
Yeah, Sonya Deville. She actually had MMA experience. They get rid of the people who have experience fighting and also have experience in drama.
But look at they had that as well with Shayna Baszler, and then they ruined her because she's
Shayna
legitimate.
Baszler has a face that's made for radio, and that's the problem. And that's
She is one of those legitimate ones as well, though. Like,
yeah,
she is.
she's a legit fighter, but I'm just saying in that world of sports entertainment, she's got a face that's made for radio. Sonya
agree.
Deville is actually marginally attractive, and you can put her on television in that light, and she can actually sell the product. And she could actually have conditioned the fans to the product. People tune out to Shayna Baszler because, I mean, let's face it, she didn't miss a branch on the way down. I mean, she's got two sisters. They're all the Lee sisters, homely and ugly. I mean, seriously. It's just she's not a pretty woman, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Sure.
She's a beautiful
That's true.
person on the inside, I guess. I don't know. But
No,
the
I agree.
outside could definitely use a makeover. You know, it's just
But they did drop the ball with her regardless, though.
Oh,
considering
yeah.
the fact that she is a seriously good worker.
Yeah, and she's a damn good fighter. I mean, her and Ronda Rousey would have been money because they wouldn't have had to script that. They could have turned them loose and said, "Go out there and do your shit. You win."
And they rushed that and ruined the two of them.
Oh yeah, she won that one in spades. No kidding.
I mean, I'm a huge Shayna Baszler fan, but I do agree she isn't the most attractive woman in the world, but she's a genuinely good worker. But it's ridiculous. She has to be fair.
Yeah. Yeah, Sonya's not been good. She hadn't had enough time. She hadn't had enough. See, if you don't put them in the ring, that's the other thing. They don't put women in the ring with regularity. They've started doing that. But as far as the releases go, since we were on that,
that'd be an interesting pickup because I would have her to send Britt Baker packing.
I mean, as far as the releases go, though, were we really that shocked? Is anybody really that shocked?
I think by the end of the year, you're going to get a huge shock release.
No, by the end of WrestleMania, you're going to get a huge shock release. I've been saying this for a long time now, even disagreeing with Covalent on this. I think Jade Cargill gets released post-WrestleMania. I think she's the first one out the door. I'm
going to say a name to you, and I think either she retires or she gets released by the end of the year. I don't want to... I'm surprised I'm saying this, but I think something could happen. Natalya.
No, Natty's staying around for 3 years, and then she's transitioning into training.
I think she might do that by the end of the year. I genuinely think that is coming by the end of the year. The Giovanni Vinci one was a weird one. The Giovanni Vinci one was weird.
Did they finally get rid of him?
He's gone, yeah. He's gone.
Yeah, because everybody was saying last night, what the hell about this guy right here? He showed up and got wrapped up in... He's got a total of, what was it, like 9 seconds of in-ring time in 2 matches?
Mm-hmm. Blair was much better in NXT. She had more came in that division HBK booking. I agree. Blair Davenport was so much better on NXT. And Cedric is totally joining the Hurt Syndicate. Mad.
Not right now. He can be around. He can be at arm's length like they've got Ricochet right now, but they've got too many other people coming in that could take a spot and be younger.
I'll say this because people like to use it on WWE, and the reality of it is it's a fact. If Cedric Alexander goes to AEW and he immediately gets put with AEW, then you have to start saying Tony Khan is just Triple H with hair. I'm sorry, but that is a fundamental truth. Because you can't, and I don't like the guy. I don't. is I think his booking he comes across as a smug prick. But if Cedric Alexander goes to AEW, immediately he's put with the Hurt Syndicate. The same words were, he's just booking an all-black stable, and it's the same guys. You cannot get away from that stupid comparison, and it harms him. It harms his integrity of trying to build a good product. Ideally, put something totally different in there. You mentioned Ricochet. Good example.
But it'd still be a bunch of black guys. That's the whole thing.
Yeah, exactly. It needs to be something else. Like MVP right now has the ability to go and find who's someone else that we can bring in that's totally different, unexpected, and we can run roughshod with, who might be a different alternative. There's nothing wrong with having an all-black stable, but eventually people are going to start using that comparison. Well, fans moan that all WWE does is put Japanese talent with Japanese, or Latinos with Latinos, or blacks with blacks. And now AEW are doing the same. It's going to actually come up with. It doesn't help. How many all-white factions do we have in wrestling currently?
Pretty zesty.
They're just a tag team, to be honest.
American made.
They are.
I could keep on. I mean, I can keep going.
American made 100% are all-white booking. TNA doesn't have an all-white faction because they haven't got any. They're just tag teams. New Japan mostly. Bullet Club
New Japan
is
has
all
Bullet
white.
Club, the dogs in the Bullet Club. That's basically an all-white faction.
TMDK is pretty much all white as well.
Yeah, TMDK.
United Empire was pretty much all white except for
I didn't realize this, but AEW doesn't have one all-white.
big man. What's the big man called again? Jeff. What's his last name?
Jeff Cobb.
Jeff Cobb.
Yeah, Cobb.
He's the only because he's not technically white. He was the only non-white talent in United Empire, but that's pretty much it. Even LIJ, they're pretty much all white.
Yeah, I was just thinking about this. In AEW, they don't have. I'm running through my head. No, wait a minute. Rated FTR. Rated FTR would be all white. Rated FTR. I found one. They had one. Yeah, they've got one. Everybody else is sort of diverse. Everything is. Would
you class Wheeler Yuta as mixed, or would you say he's white?
Marina Shafir's mixed. And
I know she's mixed.
Claudio is mixed.
Yeah.
And Wheeler Yuta's mixed too. Wheeler Yuta has Asian in him. He's mixed.
Yeah. So I think
John Moxley's really the only white dude on the whole team.
Yeah. I want to actually see more of that. The Conglomeration is an all-white group, to be fair.
No, they weren't all white. They had Willow Nightingale. They got Willow Nightingale in there. She's black.
Not the Conglomeration, sorry. I meant the Patriarchy.
The Patriarchy, yeah, they are. They're actually all white. I forgot about it. So you got Patriarchy and Rated FTR. You had to think about it though.
And the Elite. The Elite as well, actually, now you think about it. But there you go. Because the Don Callis family used to be non-all-white because Powerhouse Hobbs. He's now out. They're an all-white faction.
No, they've got Konosuke Takeshita, who's Oriental.
Barham,
then they got...
I'm going to sue the WWE.
You're going to sue the WWE, Christian.
I love that line by Christian in 2011. I'm going to sue the WWE. It's fucking believable as well. But yeah,
Christian Cage is fucking believable. See, this is the thing.
But this is 100% diversity booking. But this I just want to quickly add on to this one point, and then I'll let you go. Sorry, diversity booking is so important. But then Fernando is spot on. Yes, they already worked with each other, but they do need to look at it in one way. And I think, and I do agree with Dev as well. It's about race baiters. They do this a lot. It's ridiculous. Now, I'm absolutely not race baiting. I'm just saying you're going to get those exact same accusations if, for example, Cedric Alexander goes to AEW and he goes straight to the Hurt Syndicate. It's just another all-black faction. When in reality, it's another talented talent who hasn't been used properly in quite some time is going to another faction that's right now doing well. That's how it should. But that's how it should be. But no, it's just another stereotypical faction. When that shouldn't be the case. Like, you should be enjoying them actually doing better. Like, when I was watching, like, for example, when Damage Control fully formed, I wasn't watching it for 2 white chicks and 3 amazing Japanese women. I'm watching it because it's 5 genuinely good talents that you can actually enjoy, but they completely dropped the ball with them. You know what I mean? Like, they dropped the ball. But that's how it should be. We need a full breed stable. Wonder what you would call it.
I think you meant to say thoroughbred stable or something.
Maybe. I'm not sure.
I don't know.
But it is definitely a problem with pro wrestling that everyone used that as a race bait angle, when I personally hate the fact that that's what people jump on. Just simply reality be like, a faction's a faction. The best black faction of all time changed the business, and that was the Nation of Domination.
Mm-hmm.
Still the best black faction of all time. Nothing comes close. The best Latino faction, LAX. Tell me where I'm telling lies, people. The Four Horsemen is probably the greatest ever faction for just white men. Depending on what you think of it, but I'd say that's the greatest faction for that. But I'm not sure, but you were going to say something.
Oh, I got a lot to say once we get to it. When you're talking about these releases, though, I was somewhat surprised that they let go of their favorite toy, which would be B. Priestley, because that, out of everything that they got from AEW, was their best acquisition. So I was kind of taken aback that they would let their favorite toy go so young. I thought they would keep her at least another 2 to 3 years, age her out a little bit, then let her go. WWE.
Mm-hmm. I agree, Rusty. Pure breed is what he meant. Pure breed stable.
Pure breed. Okay. What we have here is a failure to communicate.
Please say that in a politician's voice.
On the top of failure to reiterate, because they're reiterating the wrong shit.
Oh yeah, massive.
They have a failure to communicate, they have a failure to elucidate too. And yeah, I'm using big words today. I decided I was going to use some big words.
You missed another one as well. They have a failure to elaborate.
They have a failure to elaborate. They have a failure to. What they're really good, though, is the word subjugate.
Oh, yes. And
because they subjugate the fuck out of you. They insult your intelligence. They do. And this stuff is trash. This stuff is trash. This stuff is trash. If we're getting into the review right now, we didn't need 30 minutes of. The only good thing to come out of that review, and Covalent beat me to it. They didn't beat me to it. I actually said it on my live watch along, is that Drew McIntyre and Jimmy Uso proved that Jey Uso is nothing but a catchphrase.
Yeah.
They proved it. Like, Jimmy's like, watch this, yeet. And everybody just yeeted. And it's like, then they looked at each other like, we weren't supposed to do that, were we? And then they looked at each other and go, no, we weren't supposed to do that. He got us. You know? And
yeah, absolutely.
But how?
And you're not wrong, by the way. Like, literally, it took 5 minutes for SmackDown to even get to a promo. Sorry, it did the recap video, which took 5 minutes. We got the Jey Uso entrance, which took 12 minutes, by the way. He didn't speak until the 16-minute mark. And we didn't get a match until 28 minutes into the show, which lasted less than 10 minutes, including ad breaks.
Correct. And the thing about it is, let's start
with this shitty opening segment. Let's start
calling things what they are. Let's start with just the opening of the show here. The usual montage of talent arriving to the ring, late as usual. Okay. Mm-hmm. I got you. Now let's back up here to Dynamite for a minute.
Let's do this.
Let's back up to Dynamite here for a minute. Dynamite opens with the usual montage of talent arriving at the arena and getting into a fucking brawl.
Yep.
They didn't take 15 fucking minutes to get to the fucking ring to talk about fuck all. They arrived at the arena and immediately got busy. They immediately did business right away. And I thought it was really cute, though, because John Moxley actually let this leak out. I didn't realize it. He told Marina Shafir to grab Renee Paquette and get her out of harm's way. Of course, he was trying to protect his wife because he didn't know exactly how this set was going to go. But the point of it is the usual montage, walking into the arena and getting into a fucking fight, because that's what you pay to see.
Yes.
This is so absolutely brain-numbing, asinine, idiotic, stupid-ass booking. Jey Uso is going to face Gunther for the World Heavyweight title. Stop wasting 20 minutes of another show you know he ain't going to fucking do.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing with Charlotte. Stop wasting 20 minutes of Raw when you know damn good and well it's going to be her and Tiffy time, and we're going to have a battle of the fucked up boobs. That's exactly what we're going to wind up with. We're going to have a battle of the breast implants, and that's basically it. She didn't need to go to Raw. She didn't need to waste 10 minutes of NXT time. She needed to just take her skinny ass on back down here to SmackDown. Go ahead and call Tiffy out. Maybe this week Tiffy gets her fucking promo off. She's been trying for a month and a half, guys. Stop that shit. Absolutely stop that shit right now. No more of this Tiffy walking down to the ring trying to make up some bullshit promo that she has yet to complete in 6 fucking weeks. It makes her look retarded. It makes her look absolutely stupid, and I don't care that word is used correctly. It's not making fun of somebody who has Down syndrome. Retarded also means moving backwards.
Yep.
She's moving 100 miles an hour backwards. Either make her or stop fucking her, but do something different than what you're doing. It's absolutely necessary. Now we got a battle of the balloon titties, and neither one of them could cut a promo to save their ass. I was totally disappointed in Charlotte on that. Charlotte just, I don't know what happened to her. Did divorce fuck you up that bad, sweetheart? I mean, dead serious. I'm dead on this one.
She did come out in an interview saying that, hold on just so I can do this for 2 seconds. She is divorcing Andrade, guys. And by the way, it was signed off quickly by a US judge, which makes me wonder what happened behind the scenes.
It happens like that here. All you have to do is, wrestling sets us up perfectly because you've got to be disjoined for 6 months. So if you're a professional wrestler, that shit happens naturally.
Oh, Fletch, Fletch, you're back for the right time, fella.
Yeah. But in all seriousness here, I mean, stop with the ignorant bullshit. I don't need 30 minutes of setting up a match I know is not going to fucking happen. We know that Jey Uso is not fighting Cody Rhodes. We know Charlotte Flair is fighting Tiffany.
Yes.
So dedicate a little bit of extra time for that. Everybody get in your fifis. Go ahead and start making this thing work right, because these promos, my God, it's like I said the last time I brought this up. This is not the road to WrestleMania. This is a road through fucking West Virginia, and the potholes are eating the cars up. Every fucking time you try to put something out there, that's exactly what's happening. You can't put coherent booking together because the show is fucked. It has no legitimate beginning. It has no legitimate ending. It has no end in sight. And all they're going to do is roll over and fuck Europeans for their money until we get to WrestleMania. And then it's going to be the biggest shit show. There aren't going to be enough dumpsters. There aren't going to be enough trash trucks to haul the horse shit out of WrestleMania. There is going to be a metric fuck ton of horse shit every square foot of WrestleMania. I'm saying it right now. And then when they get done, they are going to kick Jade Cargill out on her muscular ass. That's exactly where she's going to land.
Yeah, I'm just
I
going to
mean,
use the. I'm just using
go
this
ahead.
background for. I'm just using this background for 2 seconds to minimize our screens in the bottom corner, guys. See all the black roses? Obviously, this is a new emblem of the channel, but the black roses signify all the people that we've just killed.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's what's just happened.
And I haven't even gotten started yet. I haven't even gotten started yet with this stuff. This stuff is trash. This stuff is horrible. I know, I see it. Bald heel turns of all 2025. You are correct.
You've got a bald heel turning and you've got a spike up heel turning.
Mhm.
I mean, I've got my gold right here, but it's the madness. Have you seen the amount of views I've been dropping this month? Yes, WWE have lost nearly 1 million.
They've lost half their audience since day one. Day one, they came in at now they're by the time they get through with this, they came in with more viewers than they had subscribers. Okay, that's that. When they get done cooking the books, when they get done doing that shit, they're gonna wind up with a fuck up number, and I don't care. They're lying. Even with that number, though, they're coming in this week. I bet you they got 1.9 million. Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I bet they got 1.9 million. That's globally. I don't even want to know what the domestic numbers were here. I'm guessing they were maybe, if you're lucky and somebody was getting blowed and they weren't paying attention to what they were watching, you probably got 1 million viewers in the States and the other 1.9 was in Europe.
I'm just going to say this in the best way possible, just for everyone to take this. So absolutely. First of all, like, share, and subscribe to this show and my channel. Subscribe to Graps TV, which I haven't said all night. Subscribe to the Mid Podcast. Anyone else you want in the chat to give a shout to, put them in the chat and I'll shout them out. But also, ladies and gentlemen, drop some fire emojis, because that was fire. But here's another thing as well, just to take the mick out of it. This channel, yeet. Hate that crap. Jey Uso's promos, no yeet.
What's this?
Yes.
Only...
Whoa, no, Matt, hold on 1 second. This is a fucking true thing, because I counted 6 of them. I counted 6 of them on last night's show. 6 glitches during Netflix. Horrible glitches, and you can physically see it. It goes like black across the screen.
Yeah,
really
I saw it too. I kept saying to myself, I kept saying on Twitter, I'm like, what's going on with Netflix? I was watching it live and the damn show kept tuning out and tuning back in and tuning out and tuning back in. And the first thought that went through my mind, I said, if these motherfuckers get on Twitter and start yelling at Netflix about, we told you you needed to figure out how to accommodate 60 million viewers, I was going to go on a nationwide smack your ass in the next week tour. I was going to walk by and just start slapping WWE drones stupid. Because that's what I thought was going to come out of that. When Netflix was glitching like that, I'm like, damn, their stream sucks. I was waiting for the guy to say, see, told you we'd get over 60 million. I knew that was coming, and it came somewhere. I saw a couple of posts of that, and I'm like, you are homoerotically stupid.
Now, you're going to see Toomey for 2 seconds, ladies and gentlemen, but I'm just going to drop something in the media section for 2 seconds, right, so we can all laugh, right?
There's 2 Reese's.
Yeah, he's an absolute machine.
And Reece is going to drop Reese's Pieces right here.
I've got 2 funny memes for everybody, right? So there's one, and where's the other? Where is it? Where are you? That one. And then I'm just gonna... And he's gone. Rollins said there was no one in AEW on the level of WWE. Well, he would say that, but it's categorically, it's a lie. But I'll tell you this, though. He's been told to say that.
What?
I guarantee someone's told Seth Rollins to say that, because Seth Rollins genuinely has friends in AEW that are some of the best in the business that he respects. I guarantee he was told to say that shit.
No, that was a shame. That was a shame. That was Paul Heyman talking right there in that promo. That was Paul Heyman because he's pissed because he can't get Kenny Omega.
This is possible. I mean, I don't disagree with Dev on this. Like, this is true. A well-built Elimination Chamber could completely repair the road to wrestling. Look at last year. The road to WrestleMania, I said it for a fact. The road to WrestleMania last year was absolutely shit until one man got involved. This guy saved last year's road to WrestleMania, and if anyone disagrees with me, you can.
You got a picture of Ralphus?
He's
Same
the one.
thing.
He's the one that saved the road to WrestleMania last year. And if you don't believe me, go back and watch.
Yep.
Oh, it so is. It so is. Rollins, you're fun. He was definitely told to say that. Oh, here we go. By the time Ailey showed up, where the fuck? I've been missing you. I've been missing you, dog. Where the fuck have you been? If you want in here, let me know. Nobody wants. Don't worry. I don't like the food source anyway. But I actually have a funny meme. I absolutely hate the. To be fair, I can't eat the thing anyway. The actual.
But we are starting the Hangman fan club, and if you watch this show, you're an automatic member. So there you go.
I actually do have a funny meme from last night's main event, and I only seen it like after the match ended. But I think I found someone that didn't like the result.
Oh, we haven't even gotten to the good part of this show because none of y'all caught this.
Her reaction, like she didn't. I wanted to see the rest of it. So the camera actually zooms in on that woman. She doesn't stand up. She doesn't clap. She doesn't smile. She sits there angry. Cody Rhodes got the.
That is a good one, but I saw a better one. If you're scanning the crowd during the women's segment, when you the WWE fucked up and they scanned the crowd during the women's segment when Young Jugs was talking to Old Jugs, and somebody held up a sign, and if you go back during that thing, unless they blocked it out or whatever, they held up a sign that said, "This is boring." Literally, they held a sign up that said, "This is boring."
Well, we know what you're doing, Catherine, but let's be real. You like Hangman Page. Yes, Maria knows ball.
Yes.
I mean, Del Rio is an absolute clusterfuck. Absolutely hate. But yeah, Jey Uso is the worst Royal Rumble winner of all time. 100%.
No, he's the quintessential WWE looking at fans with an IQ of 75 and higher, going, your ideas don't matter. We got this group of idiots over here that spend money.
No, I know exactly what he is.
Samoan Orange Cassidy.
Yep.
You know what? The sad part of that is that's an insult to Orange Cassidy, and that's saying something. That really is.
I'll tell you what really does suck. We're not going to get this anymore.
No. Now, let me jump in here and clear this up too, because Daryl didn't say anything about it last night either. Here's what I think has happened.
Oh, careful. Ailey's in the chat, remember.
Okay, here's what I think has happened with this. I think that, number one, Drew McIntyre getting like nuclear pissed off after the Royal Rumble was real and it was not a work. And I do believe that Drew McIntyre portaled to SmackDown. They've announced that he's going to be on SmackDown, but he really came down there to bury LA Knight. And now that he's buried LA Knight, he will get portaled back to Raw. I don't think we've seen the last of the Scottish Cyclopath and the local jobber. I don't think we've seen the last of that match. And for God's sakes, this product is creatively bankrupt. 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 In the Elimination Chamber, as if we didn't need Waffle House rehash, We're getting the Scottish Cyclopath and fucking CM Punk again.
In retrospect, kinda. Like, to be fair, I will grant Fernando on this comment. He is kinda right. Look, he like pains me to say this, but he is kinda right.
And Jeff Hardy. Go ahead.
It hurts though that this is a legitimate comparison. One of them's from a legendary tag team, the other's from the Usos, but it is a legitimate fact. Out of the two brothers, Jeff Hardy and Jey Uso are more popular than Matt and Jimmy.
Oh God, yeah, easily.
But Matt and Jimmy are the better workers.
Yeah,
I'm a big fan of Jeff Hardy, but Matt Hardy is by far a better worker.
Well, that's a lot due to Jeff Hardy having issues. Same thing with Jimmy.
Yeah.
I think Jimmy's a better worker than Jay because Jay has issues. Between the two of them, this is going to be a controversial take here. Jeff Hardy made the comment that if he had not given in to his demons, that he could have been bigger than John Cena. Now, a lot of y'all...
I said it in a tweet. I think in 2008 he could have been because he was out selling Cena's merch.
Well, here's the deal, though. A lot of y'all were way young to actually see all of it come together, or you may have been fanning for it. You may have been a fan for it, or something to that effect.
I lived it.
But Jeff Hardy was that guy. He was the guy on the team. Now, Matt Hardy, we'll agree to disagree on who was the better worker before Jeff became a drunk.
I think overall, the better mat technician, the better psychologist, the better individual in the ring for actually leading a match, Matt's better. But in terms of reading the room, in terms of
all the stuff WWE actually cares about, because they don't care about the wrestling part. They don't care about Matt being a great wrestler.
Sadly not. But he at least got to diverse himself with version 1, which really changed Matt for the better. But
yeah,
Jeff at least made the risk of his ideology changed when he started painting himself in 2003. He really did change up, and obviously his issues did creep in. But when he changed it up for the better part in 2007, 2008, he improved tremendously. The match that turned it around for Jeff Hardy, if you actually look at it, was his match against Shawn Michaels on Raw. 16-minute match on Raw.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And
his match with The Undertaker. Jeff Hardy's match with The Undertaker was fucking awesome.
That match in Manchester was incredible. That was incredible. Yo, Doug, what's happening, my brother? Hope you're doing well.
I will tell you this right now, Dev.
Huge, 100%.
I will tell you this right now, Dev, and I hadn't say it on the watch along stream because I'm supposed to be watching that as a fan and not an analyst.
He's winning the chamber.
Everything. No, I don't think he's winning the chamber. I don't. And here's why.
He shouldn't.
No, he shouldn't. And here's why. Because John Cena is so good at burying people.
Mm-hmm.
He buried Jey Uso by losing to him. If John Cena had not been in that Royal Rumble and Jey Uso still won it, it would be a hell of a lot easier to stomach than it would with John Cena being in there, because damn it, that son of a bitch made me actually say, damn, I wish John Cena had won the Royal Rumble, and I can't stand the man. He's a 3-trick pony. He's also a catchphrase.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, but John Cena is going to systematically bury people. We thought he was going to go when he first announced this tour. I'm like, He's got the golden shovel. He's going to get all these wins back. He's going to do this. He's going to do that. He's going to do the other. When I saw him lose the Royal Rumble and immediately everybody turned on Jey Uso, still got way more dislikes than it does likes, like 3-1.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, this son of a bitch is going to bury people by losing to them.
The funny thing is, before Ailey speaks, the funny thing is, I don't like the man, but it's actually genius.
Yeah, I mean,
it's probably the only time I'm ever going to say that Cena's a genius.
Yeah, because
it's crafty. It's crafty. It's actually very bloody clever.
And
anyway,
just think about this, though. Think about this. He goes to the Elimination Chamber, right?
Mm-hmm.
If somebody pins him at the Elimination Chamber, the hell you think's going to happen to their career?
I think that's why Roman Reigns deliberately politicked his way out.
Oh yeah, Roman Reigns. When they said Roman Reigns was getting the hell away from this match, I'm like, who is he going to bury in the Elimination Chamber by losing?
Yeah, the one person that they don't want to lose, the one person they theoretically do not want to get buried in the match is Reigns. It would have been poetic justice anyway. The bastard deserves it.
Yeah, if anybody could get buried, please and thank you. Go ahead. No, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Nah, you're fine. That is true. He did foreshadow it, but Scott Steiner, of course, with his Steiner math, Theory has done nothing ever since. He's finished. Anyway,
Solo neither. Solo hasn't really done anything since that either.
Solo shit, but once people wake up to him, then it's happening. Anyway,
I believe CM Punk said this about Seth Rollins recently. Number one starting quarterbacks, all fully recovered. You got to make your way back to the bench. Anyway, I'm here. I'm back. I'm here for a little bit. It's actually nice seeing you, Matty Man. Nice to meet you. I don't think we've ever met. Reece, I think I remember you. Yeah, Jey Uso. Jey Uso, the Royal Rumble winner for 2025, Jey Uso. And it's interesting that you talk about John Cena burying people by losing. He's been doing this for a while, but it's not his fault.
It's by design.
I don't think it's his fault. Obviously, if he's going into all these meetings and saying, hey, this means more if I lose, then, you have to have a conversation about John Cena here.
Yeah.
The point is, and I said the same about Brock Lesnar, and I've said the same about Brock Lesnar for a long time, you can't build someone up to always, like they're the final boss and then multiple people beat him. And that's kind of the issue with John Cena. Because for the last 5, 6, 7 years, we've been seeing people that come along and they beat John Cena. And it's supposed to be this major star-making moment when they beat John Cena.
That is a fact. That is a genuine fact.
But they were doing the same with Randy Orton in the mid-2010s when they had Jinder Mahal go over him, when they had Robert Roode go over him.
To be fair, he was already a star, but they really dropped the ball with him.
Yeah, but he was working, like Orton was working programs with the Wyatts, he was working programs with anybody. Anybody who wanted to work a program with Randy Orton was picking up a singles win over Randy Orton. And that's what they've done with John Cena. And obviously they made it so he was really only working WrestleMania for a little bit. But yeah, the Jey Uso eliminating John Cena thing was not as impactful as if Jey Uso eliminated Roman Reigns.
Because
that would have been the big... Like, okay, if you're going to go with Jey Uso, and by the way, you shouldn't go with Jey Uso. For one, his brother cut a better promo than him on SmackDown.
But hold on, but ladies and gentlemen, but Ailey doesn't criticize WWE.
Never, no, never. Professional e-drone, so I don't do that at all. No, Jey Uso's a nonsense decision. Jey Uso's a nonsense decision. It's like being at a 5-star restaurant and opting for McDonald's. It's absolutely abhorrent booking.
Thank you.
CM Punk, Roman Reigns, Seth Rollins, John Cena was obviously there. That would have been more palatable. But then you actually, if you go through even like the lower tier of entrances, of entries. So, would you have rather seen Penta win the Rumble? Yeah, that would have been like strap the rocket.
Yes.
What about Braun Breaker? Yeah, I would have rather seen Braun Breaker. Jacob Fatu, for all his no selling, I would have rather seen that. I'd have rather seen Braun Strowman. Because at least there would be, like, if Braun Strowman won the Rumble, he would go, like, 5 years ago, I won the world title and no one cared. And I was lost in the shuffle, but I'm back. You know, there are so many people that could have told a more compelling story. And instead, they're going with Jey Uso because Cody Rhodes chose it. You know?
And they're not going to fight. They're not going to fight. I mean, that's just all there is to it. They're not going to fight.
No.
It's completely spot on.
They've dropped the ball. Little wingman. They've called up to Raw.
They have genuinely fundamentally dropped the ball. Like, WrestleMania is literally 8 weeks away, 9 weeks away, and I can say this comfortably for the first time in 5 years. I do not give a fuck about WrestleMania. Like, I don't care.
Yeah,
because that's one decision.
But what they've done is they've wasted a world title match.
Thank
because
you.
They're giving us a match that was on Saturday night's main event. But also, I think this match happened on Raw.
It happened on Raw twice, and
it might have even. I don't know where we were with Jey Uso at this point. I think he would have been busy with the Bloodline. I don't think he fought for Gunther's world title. But I said this.
He had the match with Seth Rollins when he was champion as well.
Were we even doing a show? Was it the last show we did? And we were talking about how many world title matches Jey Uso's had.
He had 4 against Roman. He had 1 against Damian Priest. He had 1 against Seth Rollins, and he's had 2 against Gunther. He's going to have a third. I'm sorry, but like, how many? It's like Sheamus with the IC title. How many times do you have to give a shit wrestler a reward? I'm sorry.
But at least the IC title is at least like, it feels more like heritage. So, for instance, you know, no one's here saying, or no one was saying, like, Titus O'Neil's been in this company a long time. We should give him the world title.
Fair example.
No one was saying that because no one wanted to see it.
You would run for hell if that ever happened.
And Jey Uso isn't as bad as Titus O'Neil.
I'll be right back, guys. Give me 1 second. Sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
He's a perfectly fine twin and tag wrestler. If you're going to take a risk on Royal Rumble winner, it would have been keep. No. The moment Charlotte was announced, you just knew it.
Like, her promos since she's came back have been absolutely dreadful, but everybody knew Charlotte was going to win the Royal Rumble anyway.
But this is the thing. Actually, I talk about them wasting 1 WrestleMania match. Have they not wasted 2? Because
we're not going to get what I want, so I'm already
no one wants to see Charlotte versus Tiffany. At least I don't know anyone who wants to see that.
I'm sorry, but
the promos are going to be interesting. But the actual match, and again, that's the thing. I think the week-to-week build between Jey Uso and Gunther, they'll be able to do enough with it. WWE has enough star power, and they have enough in the production to do something with it. But ultimately, it boils down to a match that you don't want to see. And where I was going with the Jey Uso thing, you compare it to last year, because this was. So my first thought was, "Oh fuck, not Jey Uso." But then my second thought was, this isn't going to get, last year we had The Rock coming in to spice it up.
You had somebody who could genuinely force an impact, force a change.
But this isn't getting that. And the reason is, the fans were annoyed when it first happened. Now, a lot of fans, here's I agree. Nobody wants. I don't know a single person who's been going, dream match, Charlotte and Tiffany. Like,
I don't know if you agree. I don't know if you agree with this with me or not. But I've been saying it since I've reviewed every single freaking TV show since the start of the year. I have literally said ever since Tiffany Stratton has won this championship, her promos have been terrible. Her promos are absolutely awful because the delivery doesn't work. Like, I praise the word in, like, word for word, they actually make sense. Yeah, but she can't deliver.
She needs a vocal coach.
It's not enough to just say good words. You got to deliver it properly.
Like, you're not. To be fair, you're not a big fan of AEW anymore. You openly admit that. But who would you rather listen to in a promo? Would you rather listen to a prime Tiffany Stratton, which is never going to happen anyway, or would you rather listen to her, even though she isn't drunk, but would you rather listen to a drunk Tony Storm on the mic, a sober Tiffany Stratton, or a drunk Tony Storm? Who would you rather listen to for
Drunk
10
Tony
minutes?
Storm all day, every day.
I'd probably still pick sober Tiffany Stratton, but we know you
wouldn't.
No, because we can go back and forth on this Tony Storm thing if you like, but I mean, just
not the back and forth, but I mean just a genuine promo. Just promo for promo.
The bottom line.
I think you've also got to look at the material Tiffany's been given.
It really doesn't fit her at all, and this is I don't get what they're trying to do with her. Like, I'm gonna say this now. Nia Jax should never have lost the title anyway.
But here's the problem. She's supposed to be stuck up. She's supposed to be, sun shines out my arse. You can't put her against Charlotte.
Because Charlotte's the ultimate for that. You're going to say something, Matt. What are you saying?
Here's the problem with that.
Mm-hmm.
She needs a vocal coach because she doesn't sound stuck up. She sounds like a whiny bitch.
Yeah,
I don't know. No, stuck up is, by God, this is my motherfucking title. You're not going to fucking take it. Not, I've been running around and everybody saw me do this, that. That's not stuck up.
Do you not think it's very, like, it's Liv Morgan and then it's Liv Morgan at home?
No, Liv Morgan at least had attitude behind what she was saying.
But that's what I'm saying. Liv's still, like, really whiny, but she at least got that edge. Like, it doesn't have it yet.
She does back up. Like, I really can't stand that fucking midget. But I do agree. I do agree. My biggest fundamental problem with Tiffany Stratton is it'll be far too late before eventually she clicks. It'll be far too late. People like her because she's good looking.
It's going to be a decade before she figures this out.
I would honestly swap her. I would honestly bin her for Stephanie Vaquer right now. I would kick her ass back to NXT for Stephanie Vaquer.
Yeah, I'd trade them.
I don't know, because the package works. Would it not be better just to get her a manager?
But who? Who do you put with her? That's the problem. Like, who actually? Like, this is another thing.
It depends if you want to generate heat, or if you
Paul Heyman isn't that answer.
No.
So who are you thinking?
Female manager that generates more heat than anything. The Sun.
Who?
Stephanie
Please tell me.
Huh?
You put Stephanie McMahon on the TV.
Oh, that ain't gonna happen.
No, I know.
Ain't gonna happen for a long
if you want heat generated, that's what you do. You bring back Hugh Stephanie. Or you use Vicky Guerrero.
God, no.
I think there's another one theoretically you could tie into really well, and she does have the link to some of the main roster.
Mm-hmm.
She's not. I actually think you could pair. Yeah, I reckon you could put Trish Stratus as her manager. As a heel,
you could get Trish with her, and Trish could teach her how to present. See, that's the big part of it. Trish's big hook is, it doesn't matter if she's a heel or a face. She's got that proper presentation. She's got the look. She's got the words. And the important part of it is she knows how and when to use tone and inflection.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I think the reality is for Tiffany Stratton, I have the same issue with Bianca Belair, who I think is fundamentally great. You're giving them gimmicks that fundamentally you're expecting them to be your babyface talent, like your top talent to run with, but you're giving them characters and gimmicks that are not designed for babyfaces, and it doesn't work. I've said it for about how long on this podcast now, Ailey? Bianca Belair's Bianca Belair's gimmick is a heel gimmick, and it doesn't work as a babyface.
Yeah, but the problem is they can't turn Tiffany now, or they can't. Tiffany won't be the heel in this fight because there's no way Charlotte's going to get cheered.
I 100% agree with you.
Right.
That's why I would pull an audible and I'd have Io Sky join us.
That's where the issue is Charlotte. But the actual issue, and when you talk about things that have been said for a while, how long have we talked about just flipping the women's roster completely?
so many
these
times.
underappreciated talents who are actually better at a chance at doing something. Because
Yeah.
I mean, you either have to have a really good babyface, and then Tiffy could be the heel that she's supposed to be. And to be fair, she was heel up until they did this strange Nia Jax story where she was like getting bullied, and you were getting vibes of Nia Jax, Alexa Bliss from like.
It kind of changed that. It changed kind of before that as well, because if you look at it, she was already getting pops at the Elimination Chamber.
Already getting pops, but Roman was getting pops when he was Tribal Chief and the World Champion and everything.
I think that changed. Yeah.
Like, if you capture the crowd, I mean, there's a lot of heels right now. Drew still actually does get pop when he comes out. It's just when he starts talking, he starts working heel, and then he gets booed. But the actual, or like Seth's going to be working heel, probably. So he'll still get pop with his music. Like, there's certain things you can't control. If Australia want to cheer Tiffy time, then they cheer Tiffy time. The problem is what you do after that. The same way that if the crowd want to yeet, they'll yeet. But what do you do after that? Now, Jey Uso seems to just get cheered whatever he does at the moment. I think it's a mass hypnosis. You're back to like Ultimate Warrior type stuff here.
It's painful. It's painful that he is getting this push over a catchphrase. Like, it's painful. Because he doesn't deliver where you really need him to. He doesn't.
I even disagree with my Lord and Savior on this one, because I was listening to Jim Cornette talk about the promo.
Yeah.
And he was talking about how Jey Uso did everything perfectly. I went and watched the promo again, and I was like, I barely understand him.
It's the same redundant promos every single time. D-Uce, I went round the Rumble. Yeah. My brother's a winner.
It was the thank you. And I get it, you're really struggling, but that looked forced. That's like when Cody does his fake cry. You know, back in AEW when he was talking about having the first mixed race baby or whatever it was that he was blabbing on about in the and he does the little fake cry, and like it's like
it's so cringe. Or Liv Morgan and her laugh.
Yeah,
it's not real. It's so fake.
It's forced, we can tell. And Seth Rollins was being a heel out of a forced laugh, but you know.
But it is quite. I think the worst thing about it now is dangerous for WWE. It's so dangerous now that they've got someone like Jey Uso that they've put into that position to go to the main event when this guy's had more title matches than anybody in the past few years, and he is constantly failing. If this was about one of my favorites, and I'm like putting him in the main event, I would be getting slandered for this. How can you keep rewarding this guy when he keeps failing to win the big one? Winning the Rumble. He's
going to finish the story.
The absolute pain. Oh, Jesus Christ!
Are they going to release shirts that say "Finish the story"?
I mean, you gotta give it to Jimmy Uso. This was my only moment of the night in all of SmackDown, because the rest of the show was fucking trash.
That promo by McIntyre.
When Jimmy got up there, or no, when Miz told Cody in the back, straight up, last year you were finishing your story. This year, everybody's behind Jey Uso. That is literally what they're doing, and nobody even really. Oh God! Real quick aside here, by the way, Cody Rhodes didn't finish a fucking story. Okay, the entirety of those two WrestleManias is a rehash of Ric Flair and Dusty Rhodes and their two Starcades. That entire scenario was nobody saved shit. And WWE was fucking stupid enough to play that immediately after WrestleMania. I'm like, when I saw the show coming on, I'm like, don't they know the nickel's going to drop on this? Because literally they showed the build-up for the two Starcades with Ric Flair and Dusty Rhodes. They literally gave you the game plan on how they ran the shit.
Yeah.
And nobody picked up on that. Not a single soul picked up on
it. Spoken about, because to be fair, I mean, every company is guilty of this now, but I think just generally, because everyone's smartened up Like everyone is smart now. You know, this casual fan that watches either knows nothing at all or goes and watches a few YouTube videos and suddenly knows everything. Could
Exactly.
tell you beat for beat what happens with the Montreal Screwjob, etc., etc.
100%.
All wrestling is about repeating the same things time and again, but if you think back to when you would do story writing in school, it's who, what, where, why, when,
And when.
and
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
all got to come together. And when it comes together, you get incredible moments where the crowd are really on it. So their who was Cody Rhodes. Their what was winning the WWE title. The why is because Dusty Rhodes got screwed out of it, or the Dusty finish, etc.
Even the DQ finish in Madison Square Garden, yeah.
Yeah, the how was he's going to beat Roman Reigns.
No one
The
else.
when was 2 years after or a year after he first tries. So 2 years into him being in the company, he's going to win it.
Mm-hmm.
No. Now, maybe they didn't have that all hashed out the first night Cody appeared and fought Seth Rollins, but they start asking themselves the who, what, where, why, when, how. The problem is, if you take that now and you apply it to Jey Uso,
it has nothing there. Like we said this a long time ago. Theoretically, Cody Rhodes didn't essentially need to beat Roman Reigns to become champion. We agreed on this a long time ago, Ailey. Me and you did agree this on a show. Cody Rhodes didn't need to beat Roman Reigns to win the title. Doesn't matter who's champion. Cody Rhodes' aspiration was to just win the title his dad never won.
Yeah.
The whole thing about Jey Uso, he should have won the fucking title a year ago at SummerSlam. When he had the match with fucking Roman Reigns, he should have beat the fucker at SummerSlam. Because that is the whole freaking point. It started with SummerSlam, it should have ended with SummerSlam.
I think if you wanted him to be a world champion, he should have won in France.
Or France, or France. I'm
And
just
to be
thinking.
fair, I thought
It
he
had
won
the best
that
optics.
match.
It definitely. France had the best optics for him.
Yeah,
that would have worked.
I'm just thinking about the whole. I do agree with that. I'm just thinking about the whole timeline. It started with SummerSlam. It should have ended with SummerSlam. They've came out and said it recently, and this is actually quite bloody frightening. I don't know if you've seen this. I think it was Paul Heyman or something. They came out and said that because the Bloodline story keeps chopping and changing, they keep having to rewrite everything. They don't know where the ending is now. Like that's dangerous.
That's actually lazy and stupid, but yeah, I get where he's going for
if you don't know where the ending is, how do you fix it?
Until it suddenly occurs to them. But
yeah, it's quite terrifying though.
I think every company's guilty of this, though, isn't it? I mean, wouldn't you argue? To be honest, and once again, professional ego, so take it with as much salt as you need. Wouldn't you argue that they're already at that stage with the Death Riders?
Yes.
They're ticking it over until something. Because, I mean, unless there's been a match that's happened and I've missed it, Cope's not actually winning the belt.
He's challenged, to be fair, I pretty much said it was good. I pretty much said it was going to happen.
And if he does win, Christian's just going to cash in and then lose it to Moxley, and they'll do it again.
It wouldn't surprise me if Tony Khan watches my TikTok, because I did put that on TikTok, that Cope will win the title Revolution, and then Christian will take off him, and then Darby Allin will probably take him when he comes back from Everest if he doesn't break his legs.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, they're holding off on a story that they've started telling because the guy's away, climbing Mount Everest. And instead,
Jay White's right there.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? It's reality.
Yeah. So to go back to WWE before I just come off as a hater, the right person has to be there. They have to be going after the right person, and the story has to be there. But we were saying for the longest time, they brought more people into this bloodline, and we were like,
where's it going?
When Cody wins, what are you going to do? Because Solo Sikoa's not beating him. Apparently,
and they've just done this again.
That seems to be where they're going for Chamber. They seem to be going back to.
Yeah, that happened last night. Happened last night. He returns at the end of the show, hits the Samoan spike, and it clones the show.
Yeah,
if this had been any other product, it would be getting completely crucified. I do not understand why they've gone back to Solo. He's got nothing to offer. You said they're all bar the no selling from Jacob Fatu. Jacob Fatu versus Cody Rhodes would have been a far better main event for the Elimination Chamber.
Come on,
Jacob Fatu in anything.
At the prospect of having Jey Uso and Solo Sikoa as the respective world champions coming out of WrestleMania. It's not going to happen, but does it not just get your juices flowing thinking about that Jey Uso could be the champ on one brand and Solo Sikoa?
No, it makes me want to flush.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
No, that's when you flush. I mean, and this is the stupid part of this thing. Let's because we know Jey Uso is going to win the title he goes after. So I'm guessing they're going to point him at Gunther. Yeah, they're going to point him at Gunther. He's going to beat Gunther. He's going to take the world heavyweight title.
And long story short as well, Gunther's title reign has not worked.
No, it didn't work. It doesn't work on that level. It works better at the mid card because the way they booked that one against Roman Reigns, it worked well with the mid card, but we've had Roman Reigns now for 3.5 years, and nobody wants another 3.5 year title reign, and they've killed that. There used to be when
to an extent, I think we would all say we are all fans of Gunther here. I don't like his promos, but I do like his commitment to the business. But
I like his in-ring work. I like his in-ring work to an extent, but I like Walter better. I like Walter better.
It's just when he starts talking. But
he's a reliable match.
He's a reliable match. But when he starts talking, you want to hit fast forward.
And with the right competitor, he has a brilliant match. Problem is that his right competitor is
injured.
But generally, talk about an archetype is a technical wrestler. Gunther is better when he's up against someone who tries to systematically, bit by bit, try and take him down. Obviously, Ilya doesn't necessarily go for that, but he's of the size to do it. And I was thinking Pete Dunne.
Yeah, like Pete Dunne, Ilya Dragunov,
Chad Gable. Like, there's a reason the Gable matches worked. You know,
Braun Breaker as well is another one.
Well, Breaker's at least one where it's intriguing. I fear that match wouldn't be as interesting as the.
It did. I suppose it worked on NXT, but theoretically, Braun Breaker, he's a technical powerhouse. Like, he would break Gunther down. He would break that. He would break him.
It could work.
I think they just dropped the ball. I don't know what they're doing.
I've got to give WWE credit. They are holding back extremely with Braun Breaker.
Yeah.
I mean, if it were me, I'm not going to lie, as shitty as this product is right now, I'd turn him loose and just see if he could clean up a little bit.
I love Braun Breaker. I mean, I called out for ages on this.
He's the only legitimate world champion you have left in that whole company. I stand on that gun to head. Braun Breaker is the only legitimate champion you have left in that whole company.
I absolutely adore watching Braun. Like, he has something about him, you know. Like, he has a tangible quality not many people have, and I just like the way he comes across.
I think in terms of untapped potential, that could be right. But the thing is, like, to say that there's only one suitable world champion, I wouldn't agree with that, because
I think on a long term, not short term,
just like you turned on going to SmackDown, beat Gunther on Raw, that's a credible world heavyweight champion.
Would you agree as a counterpoint to Matt then, when I add it a little bit further, saying he's like the last long-term world champion left, but there's some good options in the short term to get to Braun?
Yeah, there's a lot of options that get you there, but at the end of the day, as much as I hate Scott Steiner, because I do hate Scott Steiner, he's a misogynist, he's a piece of shit.
I hate Rick Steiner more.
God, I really don't care. Your roid ass can't kick mine, so I don't care.
I hate Rick from different reasons, but I get the Scott Steiner hate.
The fact of the matter is, he's got Rick Steiner as an uncle and Scott Steiner as a dad. And Scott Steiner's
other way around. Other way around. Rick Steiner's his dad. Rick Steiner's
got him backwards, but if you got Scott Steiner and that mouth around you somewhere, and that brain that he had behind those promos,
use it.
Now, I don't like Scott Steiner, but he could cut a hell of a promo because he just put that natural stupid ass out there, and it just worked.
Like Steiner Math is still to this day the weirdest promo
And
that actually worked. It should never have worked.
Don't you risk? And sorry, Reece, do you not risk
you're
becoming
fine,
a little bit like TNA / Impact were in the 2010s, where for the casual fan, they were only seeing certain bits of TNA, and it was when they did something stupid. You don't want that with Braun Breaker. I think it was great that so many people viewed, but so many people were talking about Braun Breaker absolutely skewering show speed.
And cheering too. I thought that was beautiful.
I celebrate that. I celebrate that.
Over 300 million views or something across all platforms. Like crazy amounts. Braun Breaker has to be kept serious. If he's going to be a dumbass, he can be a dumbass. Dumbasses have been champs. I mean, Brock Lesnar has won a lot of belts, and I wouldn't put him on my quiz team. But there is that there. I think, like I say, if you take what I said about the women's roster and apply it to the men's, they go back to the same people. But there are people there that I'd honestly maybe not win the belt. Maybe you get them
push
to that level,
push the champion on a bit.
Yeah, maybe they get to that level, and even IC, maybe they get to that level, and they're like, not right now.
What's your take on the women's IC at the minute? Because obviously I know it's relatively new, but now Lyra Valkyria is now qualifying for an Elimination Chamber match and all that stuff. Like, what is she even doing with this title? And I'm a big fan of Chelsea Green. I'm going to do the exact same thing to her. They're doing nothing with her with the US title. I want to get your takes on that as well, because I'm not supposed to.
Saturday night's main event.
Yeah, but I mean, like, it's only the same. It's only the same.
But I genuinely think that if they could do the women's US title like the Crown Jewel thing, they would. Like, you fight for it once per year, and it's at the end of year Saturday night's main event. I honestly think they would. That was all about giving Chelsea Green a moment,
which she did deserve. Yeah,
but it's also so that we stop asking, because they clearly don't have Chelsea Green in their world title plans. So they were like, take this, have this thing. It's made of plastic, the same way that she won the women's tag belts. And they thought, oh, that's going to do enough. That's going to stop them cheering for Chelsea. It's like, no, we want to see her in the main event scene. We want to see these people that you're not pushing or you're not giving anything. You give DIY the tag titles, that's absolutely fine. But I want to see Johnny Gargano and Tommaso Ciampa at the top of this brand. You give Pete Dunne title shots, I want to see him at the top of this brand. I want to see Dragunov. I want to see the people that I saw in Black and Gold NXT. So if you go back to Black and Gold NXT, there were 15 people on that roster at the peak of its power that you could argue, yeah, they could win the NXT title this week on the show, and we'd have interesting places to go. The problem is with Raw at the moment, yeah, they have those people, but they're all established, other than, as you say, Matty, Braun Breaker. Everyone else who can win it is like Drew would be safe, Punk would be cool, Rollins would be fine, Reigns could win it, and go back to what we had.
And Jey Uso could win it.
Jey Uso could win it, yeah. Jey Uso could win it, and that's a fantastic choice.
And I absolutely agree. I think the reality that WWE is in now, and not many people are going to call it out, except the odd few. We're three of them. This right now is, as it's always been established, January to April is always WWE's biggest period for not just for shows, but for revenue income. Actually getting talent over on the biggest stage, as it's always been dubbed, and you're putting it in somebody that has continuously lost in your main event, is not a singles talent that people actually believe in. The Yeet chant doesn't mean feck all. Nobody actually believes in the actual work of itself. I praised Jey Uso for his tag work.
Yeah.
But when you put him in a singles run, every single issue about him is exposed like that. It's like Jey Uso is like Man United's defense. You can get through that once you beat the midfield. Jey Uso is Man United's defense. It's scary. And right now, Jey Uso is not someone that you should be betting on when you're going to your biggest show of the year, because end of the day, how do you write creative the moment after WrestleMania if the Samoan Orange Cassidy wins the world title? You actually have nothing. It's scary. It's like putting the world title on Brooklyn Brawler 1998 over Stone Cold or The Rock or Mick Foley. Here's three established talents, and you've picked the guy who loses every single fucking week. This is scary book. This is scary booking, and I actually fear. I'm not a fan of John Cena, but I'd rather have John Cena be in that main event with Gunther than fucking Jey Uso, because at least it's somebody who's established that actually makes sense.
I think what makes it worse. Oh, sorry, go, Matt. Go.
If you started watching WWE during the Attitude Era or Ruthless Aggression Era, none of the shit they're doing.
We did.
Yeah,
But
I mean, I started watching.
Alien is Ruthless.
Yeah, see, I watched it when it was WWF. They had three W's at one time. Okay, if you watched any of that, none of this makes fucking sense. Because and once again, we got to get back to when you had Drew and Jimmy in the ring. They exposed it right away. And the WWE people they let it go straight over their head. Like I said, though, I think some of that crowd was looking like they got us, because 90% of this WWE crowd, at least in the States, I don't know how they do overseas, but 90% of this crowd shows up with several things in mind. Okay, we're going to get there. As soon as you see Jey Uso, yeet. As soon as you see Charlotte Flair, boo. As soon as you see LA Knight, yeah. As soon as you see all this other stuff. And they proved it when Jimmy said, watch this, yeet. And everybody went, yeet. And it's the wrong fucking guy.
It's even worse when Drew McIntyre said the one line that kills it. If Jimmy had said the word first, he would have been in that position. It's not wrong. Fundamentally, I don't like the Usos, but Jim Uso's far better than Jey Uso in every single metric.
But wouldn't you argue that goes back to when you talk about WWF's fans back then and being trained and all that? You could argue that Stone Cold was guilty of the same thing.
He is out, is what I'm saying.
Obviously, if he watts, then all of a sudden everyone's getting watted. That's kind of the same thing.
The weird thing is, I think the yeet chant's definitely done on purpose. I think the what chant was just done it was like what happened is genuinely by accident.
Yeah,
we had
organic shit back then.
Yeah,
we
all know that.
We all need to get over. He was just drunk in a press conference, and TikTok's a weird place. Trust me, I'm on there. TikTok's a weird place.
I know that as well. It is scary weird. But what I mean is, like, when Stone Cold done it back in 2001, he did the what chant purely because people are just saying absolute nonsense, and we all done it. If someone says something stupid, you're going to go, what?
Yeah.
But it doesn't help that the crowd done it. The worst chant, in my opinion, to do any of this, and it's still going and it needs to die, is "We Want Tables." It's the worst chant.
That was what I was getting to as well. Then, you see a banger match going, you have to go, this is awesome. Whether it's actually awesome or not is irrelevant. And then, of course, if you see a chair happen to pop out, the next thing goes, we want tables. It's all rudimentary.
That's a universal problem in wrestling, though. Remember the Blood and Guts match where they had the table out already? And the crowd started chanting, "We want fire."
Like, there's a madness to fans.
There's an element of that to it. I think.
Explain to me as well. Question for you as well, Ailey.
What is it?
A question for you as well, and this happened during the Jey Uso promo.
Okay, I'm gonna just quickly. I'll say the other thing about Jey Uso then.
Yeah, on you go. Yeah.
Because when you say Brooklyn Brawler, it's not that.
No, he was a jobber too.
No. But it's not that, right? Because Brooklyn Brawler was used to lose, right?
Correct.
He would come out and it'd be like, oh, Brooklyn Brawler, who's he getting beat by this week, right?
It's true. Yeah.
The Brooklyn Brawler was shoved down your throat in 1998. Jey Uso, because the night after he won the Royal Rumble, so the day of the Royal Rumble win for UK folks.
Literally.
Sorry, I need to plug that in. Give me a moment. I'll try and continue my thought. I'm such a professional.
I've missed you, pal. That's why I'm on my gaming PC now. Well, back on it.
So the issue with that is that Jey Uso from what show was it? Payback 2023?
Yeah, when it all started.
Completely shoved down our throats. Because you go back to, and Reece, how much do I love Cody?
Enough that you would change everything about your life for him, probably.
The fact
I'm only kidding, but a
Cody
shitload.
Yeah, Cody's absolutely my guy. Love him, but he is the reason that Jey Uso is where he is. And Jey Uso was completely shoved down our throats since Payback 2023.
Yep.
And even the moniker main event Jey Uso, it wasn't main event Brooklyn Brawler. It wasn't.
No, it wasn't. I'm using him in that example I'm using him in that example of it. Somebody who's got limited talent, but he's constantly being positioned in a way where he should never be there in the first place. And it's dangerous.
Hypnosis. It's absolutely hypnosis. And they've been doing it since Payback 2023.
It goes further than that.
This is where it's got us. It got us to the point where they had all these...
It goes further than that. It goes further than that. It goes further than that because didn't the whole main event Jey Uso, didn't that not start when Roman told him, you know what, you can go and be the main event during the Thunderdome era?
But he wasn't shoved down our throats then.
He was still getting the weird main events, but Payback, he was getting.
And then he had the matches with Roman, the really good I Quit, really good Hell in a Cell.
That was the same one. I Quit Hell. Well,
I
Quit
really
inside
good
the cage.
Hell in a Cell, the really good whatever the other was. The other just a one fall to finish.
They had the tribal combat that Jimmy cost him because he was like, if you become tribal chief, then the power gets to your head or something. That was SummerSlam.
No. The one was so is that the one where he throws the towel in?
No, that was the I Quit one. They had the night
where the I Quit happens because Roman's choking Jimmy.
Yeah, he quit because of that. Yeah.
So what happened in the first one?
Night of Champions, just a title match because he won the main event to
that was just one fall to finish, right? Okay.
Yeah,
but that's at least then it was them doing something and giving someone a shot. And to be fair, for everything we're talking about with Jey Uso, that match holds up. Roman absolutely makes it, but that match holds up. And the reason that Roman makes it is all the mugging he's doing to the camera. And that's what Roman managed to do over his whole title reign. He managed to, and I said it a lot on this show, he managed to make his character and his aura impenetrable. Like, unbelievably good. He looked like the star of every Hollywood movie when he was in the ring. Because he would find the cameras, he would do the right shots, he would make the right faces, everything like that. Problem is, since Payback 2023, Jey Uso, we've been told, here comes Jey Uso, here comes Jey Uso. And when we spoke about him winning the Intercontinental title, we talked about it being a warning, but I never thought it was going to get this bad. I thought IT title, quick reign, and it was a very quick reign. He lost it within the month. Back
2
to
weeks to be exact. 2 weeks.
I will find you the exact title of that show because that was actually a
fun. It was Braun Breaker buried by Jey. It was something like Braun Breaker buried, I think. Or no, Yeet buries generational talent. I think it's called.
I've got it right here. I've got it right here.
Yeah, I was watching it the other day,
and it's literally open up and it's your soul because I gave you a soul to ruin it. Braun Breaker buried Jey Uso wins Intercontinental title. and that one comment, "Are you genuinely serious?" Because it was disgusting as well. Should never happened.
And we were saying that about the IC title. So now it gets the world title, and you're like, oh, so you've Roman to Jey Uso. The problem is Jay's more likable, so the fans don't hate him.
It's gonna come though. It's gonna happen.
Remember, Roman Reigns was loved in 2013.
Yeah, until he won that Royal Rumble.
Yeah, 2013 is what I'm talking about. Roman Reigns was loved because the Shield were all loved because they were different.
Mm-hmm.
But it's gonna come.
It's actually frightening as well, and I do agree with you as well in terms of like being thrown down people's throats. Like, I still to this day still do not see the appeal of him. I still don't understand what it is that he does special. I could literally go over to Samoa or whatever, Hawaii, I don't care. I could literally go over there, get tattoos on my body, say, can I join the club? They'll induct me, and I'll go, right, my whole new name is Rikasha Miona. There you go. And I'll just go over to WWE, and I'll just become WWE champion within a day.
Pretty sure Ricochet would sue you for that. Or Rikishi.
You could be Rikasha Reece, and that would work.
That would work.
Yeah, Rikasha Reece. There you go. Whole new name.
Do not think Rikishi
Reece.
But who cares? That lump of lard couldn't catch me anyway.
And you could be in WWE. You could be White Tonga.
There we go. I'm established.
You could be White Tonga. Yes, you could be White Tonga. And people would be like, he don't even look Samoan. That's the hook.
Yeah, exactly. But this is the reality.
Hey, if Sami Zayn got to be an Uso.
Yeah,
But
he was an honorary Uso.
But we are in a scary reality now where you're absolutely right. He is being forced down so badly that this is going to turn people off in the worst way. And
not when he wins it. It's not going to be when he wins it. There's going to be
3 weeks into his reign.
But it's going to happen. I give it 2 months, absolutely tops, and people will go, we're sick of you.
Just remember where the first pay-per-view is post WrestleMania.
No, let's back up here for a second too. You're also talking about a WWE crowd that 15 minutes after somebody wins a fucking title, you already see the tweets. All right, so who's going over this person? Like 15 minutes. I saw the tweets on Tiffany. Yeah, who's going to dethrone Tiffany? Who's going to dethrone Cody? Who's going to dethrone Braun? Who's going to dethrone?
Still waiting for that one.
Less than 15 minutes after they don't even have the plates on them yet.
No,
exactly.
And people are like, okay, who's going to dethrone them next? We're done with this bullshit. What's next?
That's a wider societal issue though, because and the sport that I long checked out of, to the point where like it's Saturday, I think it was on today. I've hardly watched football at all this season. I actually do enjoy the NFL. Looking forward to the Super Bowl. But you see a team buy a player, and they're always thinking about, okay, who are we getting next?
Yeah, they don't let the new signing actually breathe.
Yeah, it goes, okay, what do we do next? Who's coming in next? And
exactly,
it's the same idea. To be fair, it's the same idea with the Royal Rumble, because person appears, and then it's like, okay, who's the next person? Now, to be fair, once number one was out, I called number two because they're absolutely building. They should be building that match for WrestleMania.
I said the exact same thing because Matt does watch-alongs. I literally said before his watch-along starts, I guarantee we done it in the preview as well. I said if Penta starts the Royal Rumble, I had Penta in my final four. I said if Penta starts the Royal Rumble, guaranteed.
Child.
I said if Penta starts the Royal Rumble, guaranteed Rey Mysterio is going to be either right beside him or he's going to be very bloody close. So damn obvious.
Yeah, they couldn't hold their load 3 weeks on that either. They blew their load right when it got there. I mean, they couldn't hold it for 3 weeks. They couldn't.
I think what's scarier as well is that
fine for a confrontation, provided that you actually build the match right. Now the problem is, of course, they've got to build this match And all Rey Mysterio's done for the past year is be tormented by his own son and lose to people who are not as over as him.
And he keeps getting called a deadbeat dad by all his friends, and they keep turning on him, which is absolutely funny. But
a question for either one of you here, before we even get started on this line, because I know where it's going. Name one thing that Triple H has booked by himself that you see in play right now that's not a Vince McMahon holdover. One. I'll take one. Give me one thing that Triple H has booked independently.
I'm going to go DIY's heel turn.
No.
No?
No. That's the fourth time they've done it. Like I said, name one thing that Triple H has sat down by himself with his crayons and actually booked on his own. That you can't find it. It's not there. It doesn't exist. Everything that's going on in WWE right now was going on when Vince was gone. Vince was still there.
I think
Triple H is incapable of booking new storylines. And when everybody figures this out, then maybe we can get WWE right again.
I think the crazy thing is, there's something I'll praise. He's a good follow-up. Not in the sense of he's a good follow-up to Vince. To be fair, nobody will ever be on Vince's level when it comes to creative mind.
At least he's not going to shit the mess kit at the same rate that Vince could do it. But it's not there.
I think what he does is he takes what's there and he's trying to add more to it. The problem is, I checked out Actually, there is one.
What?
There is only one, actually.
What?
This variation of Kevin Owens heel turn.
Had that.
This is not Vince. Nothing like that.
We had Kevin Owens back. We had Kevin Owens back because Triple H gave him the belt. We had this version of Kevin Owens. We've had this.
He was not delusional, though.
Yes, he was. After Triple H beat and gave him the belt, he was delusional for quite a while. Him and Sami Zayn are on their 5 millionth feud doing this.
Yeah, that's true. Now that's true.
They're this is feud number 5,645 of the exact same fucking thing since it was El Generico.
But here's where I would counter that, because you're right. None of it is brand new. But
we do need something new, though.
No. Well, I think there's two things to it. One, I like the way, because I'm enjoying WWE at the minute. Forget the Royal Rumble winner. I'm actually really enjoying it. I've loved everything Punk's done, everything Drew's doing. I enjoy Seth Rollins. I watch that every week. Cody, obviously, just KO, Sami Zayn, DIY. I love so many of the people that they've got.
God, I hate Sami Zayn.
And I think this is a matter of taste. And not in terms of good taste or bad taste, just in terms of what you want, right? Because what I like about Triple H and his storytelling, when you talk about Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens having all these turns, or when you talk about Punk and Rollins going back to an issue they had before, I like that these are all issues that we know that they have, and it feels like Triple H is rewarding us for the shit that we watched a decade ago and through those mid to late 2010s. Because I'm sorry, 2017 and 18 were the worst years of WWE television.
19 and 20 as well, but yeah.
Awful. I think 19 was slightly better because you at least got... There was light at the end of the tunnel, and then we went into a different tunnel. But, you at least had Kofi Mania, you had Becky, you had Rollins was good for a little bit and then just went completely off the handle. But you had things in 2019 that were okay, there's something worth watching here. 2017-18 was so just bleak.
Okay. Real quick question here. If Becky doesn't break her nose, do you even include her in that same conversation? Because there was nothing remarkable about her until after she got her nose broke. Not a single thing. If you go back and actually watch pre and post, it plays out. I mean, people were practically booing her when she became the man and got her nose broke. That was totally accidental. That's nothing
Yeah.
anybody intentionally
I
did.
think you're making the best of an accident at that point, and I think WWE and any booker has proven, any respectable booker has shown that they can.
They pivoted. Yeah.
They can make chicken salad out of chicken shit.
Yeah.
And
Yes, I
something
agree with
goes
that.
horribly wrong, they pivot, they do something. But I
Right.
like that it's all these past issues that are coming to the front, and there's references to things, but unlike in AEW, where it's either a reference that you would only know if you watched a house show that was done 7 years ago in Tacoma, Washington, in front of 200 people, or like you don't know where like they don't mention these things. They don't mention the history people have got. In WWE right now, it is all about the history people have got. And to be fair, even history, I didn't even know, because you look at stuff like that DIY MCMG, not the match. The match was horribly underwhelming, but the package was beautifully done. Because even if you didn't know, like I didn't know that DIY and MCMG actually knew each other and had worked with each other before. And they do this whole vignette about like training them. I was like, I didn't know that. But then it made me think like, oh, I actually like want to see this more now. When you see all the stuff between Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens, you know they're like familiar enemies. So you're like, I want to see this. It's tricky. It can be done. And they're trying to do it with Braun Breaker. And I think this is where it comes into your last proper like world champion potential.
Yeah.
Because Braun Breaker is fresh for everyone. Same way that Jacob Fatu is basically fresh for everyone. He's not quite as fresh because he still works like a Samoan. But so you know, we've seen a lot of that. We've seen a lot of what Jacob Fatu can do. So before anyone gets on at me for like a race comment there, no. I mean he works like a Samoan.
No, you're right. It's heavy, hard-hitting, brutal stuff.
Whereas Braun Breaker's like completely new. But this is also when I talk about, okay, so you flip the roster for a little bit and you let people who have previous issues with people go after other people who they have issues with.
Exactly.
And overall, you then have programs. Because to be fair, Bronson Reed and Seth Rollins came out of nowhere. And, okay, we don't agree with the result. But the actual feud came out of nowhere, and it was getting Bronson Reed over. So they can do it.
I think it's just, do they, and this is where I'm going to ask this question. I think this is where it really comes down to it. Why? I'm trying to ask it how it doesn't come across as disingenuous, because I want to see something spectacular, but I want to see something different. Understand, and I reckon you guys will see where I'm coming from. Where is the, even just the intuition to take a risk on someone who actually makes sense, instead of taking a risk on someone who isn't going to be in any shape or form someone that delivers? You know what I mean? Like, so like, as an example that makes like, for example, I'm going to use the perfect example because me and Ailey argued at absolute length over this. I categorically still believe that the wrong person won the women's Money in the Bank. I completely will hold that to my grave. I think Chelsea Green should have won it. Tiffany Stratton should have got the big ladder crash through the table spot instead. But I at least see why they went with her. But that risk is not paying off, because nobody is actually getting the enjoyment out of it. You can say, oh, it's Tiffy time all you want. She's still green as grass.
But again, there's no one for it to feud with.
You need another Daniel Bryan moment. You need another Daniel Bryan moment in WWE. You need it now. You need it yesterday.
They would argue that this is that, though.
No, it's not.
They would argue that
no. Jey Uso was going over, so all this didn't do that. they didn't want Daniel Bryan, and the fans refused to not let him win.
I think
There's a big
difference.
difference here. They were categorically trying, and this is behind the scenes. This is not a work. This is a shoot. They did not. The company itself did not want Daniel Bryan to be the world champion. The fans got in there and said, "We want him, and we're going to get him, even if we have to take the whole damn place over." You need another one of those.
I would argue that they already had the Daniel Bryan moment, and it came nearly 12 months ago.
Which one?
I think Cody Rhodes taking the title at WrestleMania. I think that's more of a Daniel Bryan moment than anything else you can produce since,
I
because
think
he's
all
someone
of
they
you got
wanted.
worked on that one. I think every single person that was in the Cody Crybaby thing, I think you all got worked.
To be fair, me and Neely pretty much laughed off because we already knew Cody was still going to be in the main event anyway. But it's a
it took us a while to get there, admittedly, because we definitely did a show about how The Rock.
We were still angry about it, but I think we still kind of saw. I think there's still a scary reality
it was the way that the worm was turning. We were like, well, Cody's gonna be in it, like, because they're not gonna do this. I think, and this will have to be my last point, and then I'll let you get back to your pleasant discussion.
To be fair, I need to as
no,
well.
Go ahead. I'm fine. We're having a good time. I'm actually enjoying this because somebody who thinks I appreciate. I really do. I'm dead serious. I'm dead ass about that. If anybody thinks, I'm down with that. So I'm not arguing with you. I'm just challenging.
I'm going to let you two close it.
That we would. So the reason that we don't need another Daniel Bryan moment, and the reason that WWE, really what this all boils down to, and it was kind of worrying when this deal was signed. I mean, it's less worrying now as a WWE fan that that Triple H is in charge, when it was looking like what it could have been, which for me, it looked like it could have been TKO and Vince McMahon. TKO are simultaneously very, very good for WWE and awful for some of its fans. Because what TKO does is it ties WWE in with the UFC. It allows WWE to be a little bit more worky, shooty, and I saw a podcast, this was genuinely on ESPN, and CM Punk, like 4 days ago, was talking I think it was Chael Sonnen who was on it.
Yeah.
And they were talking about what angle they're working. And I was like, I've chewed every performer in the world out for that. Don't you dare go on actual TV or on podcasts and stuff while you're still working an angle and then talk about how you're still working an angle. Because I had to put it off before Punk completely killed what he's got going on with Seth Rollins. When he was talking about, the vibe we were going for. I'm like, no, talk about how you want to kill him. Talk about how you want to kill him. But the reason they don't need to worry about that is because they're tied in with TKO. TKO is the UFC. UFC shoot issues, so WWE can shoot on their own work. And because it's TKO, because they have the Netflix deal, if WWE want to rest on their laurels, they absolutely can now. This isn't like before. This isn't like Daniel Bryan when we were literally going to tank I was 13 at the time, so not me, but a lot of people were going to tank WWE Network. Or sorry, I was 14 when Roman Reigns won the Rumble and cancelled WWE Network trending and this and that. Yeah, but I was 14 when it happened because.
I thought you meant 2014 as Rumble. That was Batista's.
No. I was 14 at the 2015 Rumble when I was watching it.
God, I was 18. God, I remember the worst days.
So, but that's the thing. We were able to use that power. And I'm sorry to, if you want to put a trigger warning up for like politics for just a brief moment, could zoom out on the.
Hold on.
You could zoom out on the TKO thing, where how WWE are tied in with the UFC, tied in with TKO, and they've got more money, and they can honestly run that show until they get bored. you could zoom out and you could look at that the same way that you're looking at politics in America at the moment. Because they've got all the money, they've got all the power. TKO have all the money, they have all the power. They're going to decide who goes over, who does this, who does that. And the fans, we are now more than ever just on the ride.
We are. You're not much of a fan anymore. You're more of a statistic. You've already paid the subscription.
Observer now. You're not a fan.
You've already paid the subscription.
You're a purse. Look at the way that they gloat about how much money they made off the Rumble. Look at the way they exploited us.
Everything's a record. Everything's a record gate, but it's a record gate at hard-working people's expense.
It's the most money we've ever drawn in the UK. It's okay. Well, no, you're manipulating that statistic. It's the most money you've drawn for an arena show because there's no way that a stadium show drew less money than an arena show. But we'll glance past that. They talk about how much money they made in Glasgow. It's like, do you want to know how you made that money in Glasgow? You were charging people here who were waiting for an event that you gave to Cardiff 2 years ago. You were charging people 250 quid to
and
sit.
We were there.
You were.
No, I meant like we were at the Cardiff one, but I was.
We were at Cardiff and got really good seats for the same price that they were throwing us up into the gods. And the reason is in 2020. I know I'm waffling. I'm sorry. I do this.
You're good.
But at Clash at the Castle, they were buying our trust. At Clash at the Castle, that was thank you, UK fans, for being here. Are you here? How here are you for it? And then you look at Money in the Bank, which they could have easily done at Wembley or Tottenham Hotspur Stadium or the Emirates Stadium or Stamford Bridge, whatever stadium they wanted, the Olympic, if they wanted it, they could have done it. And instead, they chose Wembley Arena because that way they could sell the tickets at a premium. Same way they could have done Clash Glasgow.
Hampden Park.
They could have done it at Hampden Park. They could have moved it to Edinburgh and done it at Murrayfield.
They could have done it at Parkhead or Ibrox.
They didn't want to because they knew that if they made the seats exclusive, they could charge whatever they wanted for them. And if locals and if people from Scotland didn't want to pay, there were enough fans in America with that money who were going to fly over just so they could see their favourite stars because it was a PLE. That's it. We are wallets, purses, and handbags now to this company. That doesn't mean I'm not going to enjoy it. I love Cody. And I love things that they're doing, and I love the stars. And I watch the highlight videos every week because fuck paying for a TV package. But I watch the videos every week, and I follow the ride. But I know that my opinion doesn't mean shit. I didn't want Jey Uso to win the Rumble. It didn't mean shit. The fans on the TV wanted Jey Uso to win the Rumble. So that's what happened. Anyway, with that, I end my turn.
She's literally played her Seto Kaiba. And Matthew, have you got any closing comments? Because I've got to get out here as well.
I know. I got a show I got to do here in a couple hours anyway. I'm literally in 2 hours. I'm going live with my watch along for Collision.
And we've nearly went 4 hours, 8 minutes.
Yeah. Going through the matches, this shit is not going to get better. It's just not. So if you happen to be a fan of the flavor of the month, you're in good shape. If you happen to be a fan of wrestling, you're pretty fucked. If you happen to be a fan of actual, believable, adult-based things that adults say to each other, you're fucked. That's the whole thing of it. I mean, we have had an adult conversation here amongst 3 adults. Now, I have used a few really big, obscure words because I was piecing them together to make something. Not because this is how adults talk. We had a good little spicy conversation there. It wasn't, you have forsaken me and you have besmirched me. We didn't do that shit.
Exactly. Yeah. That's not how we do here.
That's the whole thing of it. What I want to see out of this product going forward that I'm not going to see is they need to repackage everything and everybody and every title. They need to just have a show one day where it's all the talent in the ring. And they were like, guys, we've been fucking y'all for years. They're not going to say it that way. Everybody give us the belts. Now we're just going to have a whole bunch of actual wrestling tournaments to determine wrestling champions. And yeah, I know. I'm losing it here. I've gone insane, but I'm going to get some good shit here in a minute. So at least I've got Collision coming up tonight. So at least I'm going to get my palate cleansed. They're going to they're not and nobody. Here's the thing, guys. If you know this is happening, why are you voluntarily paying them for more?
Because it doesn't matter.
If I piss on an electric fence, and my dick gets shocked off, chances are I'm not going to go piss on another electric fence.
No, but as I said just there, it doesn't matter. And there aren't enough. Reece, you're a Man United fan.
Painfully, right now.
How many times before Jim Glazer came in, did you do like walkout protests or no-show protests? No one buy a ticket for this game. No one
None.
do that. So, but what I'm saying, how many times have the club done it?
None.
So, well, the thing is, there's these committees that like organize, like, oh, everyone, we're going to do this as a protest to Glazers. We're all going to walk out on this minute, or we're just not going to go. And guess what happened to those seats?
They were replaced.
They got filled by someone else.
Mm-hmm.
If you stop watching, especially now with Netflix, you just get replaced by someone else.
But that's not happening. That's the whole thing of it right now. They're not getting replaced. They started with 5.9 million. If I'm not mistaken, the numbers this week are going to be 1.9. Am I right on that? What was the numbers if they even gave them for this Monday?
I can get the raw one for you if you. I mean, like, I've already got my own opinion on bloody.
I think that's more to do with like just TV and everything in general. To be fair, if you look at most things, even going to AEW, what was AEW's debut figure? Was it 1.1?
Yeah, 1.1
or 1.1. Rampage debuted with like 1.1 because of Punk.
Yeah.
Rampage is now, is it dead or not quite dead?
No, once you got rid of the fans that just wanted a better WWE and they didn't really want an alternative branch. See, that's where everybody gets it twisted. About 50% of the people who watched AEW didn't give a shit about AEW. They just wanted a better WWE.
Mm-hmm.
That is literally what half of their viewership was. The difference is those of us who still watch it understood that. And we're like, okay, that's cool. So you don't like wrestling. Okay, go the fuck away. We watch this because we like wrestling. And I'm kind of pissed that they're doing more talking now. Because like I said with the Dynamite, you know, we were making a comparison probably before you got here. We were talking about the usual montage of people rolling up late for work. Okay, they did that on Dynamite, except they got in a fucking brawl. And it made sense.
I'm taking this directly from what Culture
2.9 million for January. We don't have last week's numbers then.
2 seconds, I'm just looking for it.
So, but I mean, that's the whole thing of it. WWE just never gets better.
That is the Royal Rumble.
So
that's
there'll be,
Royal Rumble.
And that's the global number. That's the global number right there.
It finished
2.1 million.
The Royal Rumble. This is according to Netflix themselves. It finished 10th. It finished 10th amongst English language Netflix shows for the week.
Yeah, and see, you know,
Raw was
I don't know what the Peacock numbers were, but the Peacock. I mean, Peacock was okay. We got it on Peacock over here. We don't get everything on Netflix. We just get Raw.
Raw was apparently just better. Apparently, Raw this week was just better than the Royal Rumble. They're saying 2.2, I think.
2.2. Before this is all said and done globally, globally, Raw will be doing 1.5 before WrestleMania. You can write that down, bookmark it, clip it, do whatever the hell you want to do. They're not changing the product. Everybody's trying to walk away, and they're not filling those seats.
I think the
SmackDown had empty seats last night. Nobody rolled in there to fill those seats up.
I think the only thing, this is probably one of the last things I'll say before we wrap up tonight.
Yeah,
the only thing about
it's alarm bells, because I mean, once again, you know, these empty seats, they're not. I don't know. You could argue that that's a brand of narrative. Obviously, you would have worked out by being the professional lead role, and I'm not the biggest fan of AEW.
That's fine. That's cool. I don't mind.
Yeah, if you ever scout the archives of this channel, you'll see some fairly strong words I've had for Tony Khan and his brigade. But you know, the thing is, the empty seats in AEW have been pointed out as a problem for a long time because they were glaringly bad. And I think with SmackDown and Raw, it's not like glaringly bad. I mean, because to be fair, they were able to say some statistic. I don't remember when quite they said this, but they said something like, it was a SmackDown, and they said this is our like 56th consecutive sellout.
It's constant thing that's like overly
But
fabricated.
here's the deal. Go ahead. No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
We have no way of checking if it did or didn't.
Yeah, we did.
But what I mean is there's no way to verify the report. So some people will say it does, some people will say it doesn't. And once again, we're in this weird world where the truth is kind of hard to get. You know, we're in that world where AEW All In Wembley drew 90,000 and 60,000 at the same time.
Oh, hold on. Oh, hold on. I have it.
But no, there is a way. We've got WrestleTix, and plus what they're talking about as a sellout is if you actually look at the building, I'm surgical on this stuff. I really am. I'm surgical. And they sold allocations, but they didn't sell out. That's a big difference. Those are two completely different words, mean two completely different things. They had an arena a couple of
say that. They don't need to say that.
See, go ahead.
That's directly from WrestleNomics. This is directly from them since Netflix took over. That was January alone. These are live viewings. Like, I'm not using this to point score. I do not care about ratings. I've said that to Ailey like 100 billion times. I do not care. But
no, I don't care about it either. But
this is their global views through 7 days, show to show.
But see, the whole thing of it is, I mean, I know what Tarpville looks like too, because I grew up watching Tarpville. So, I mean, they tarp off what doesn't sell and they keep the cameras off of it. But at the same time, WWE hasn't been selling out for a damn long time. They've been selling allocations, but every building they've been into is easy to research. They had a building they were in 3 weeks ago that would actually seat 8,000 more people, and they didn't sell their allocation of those tickets. So no, they didn't sell out.
So according to WrestleNomics as well,
I don't think they need to go to 3,000 seat venues, which I'm glad AEW finally did that instead of trying to fight the. Here's the deal, and here's something you may or may not know. When WWE comes to your town, and they will, they have a specific contract that for some reason I have yet to figure out why nobody sued them in the ground for. So if they come to your town, to your building, wherever it is around you there, whatever the arena is, they have
the stadium in my town, put it that way.
They have a 5-month front and back no compete clause. So if you want to know what's going on with AEW seats and everything else like that, they can't come behind WWE because they can't promote. That's the clause in the contract for WWE. If WWE comes to Punxsutawney and runs a house show there, nothing within 40 miles can you promote wrestling for 10 months. You think it might be hard to fill a building up if you can't tell anybody you're there?
To be fair,
that could explain why AEW's had to disappear in Brisbane then.
I know this, and I mean they did. No, they went to Brisbane. I'll tell you why they went to Brisbane, and this is not a shoot. This is not a scoop. This is not a rumor. Rhea Ripley's contract was coming up, and Tony Khan thought he could get Rhea Ripley, so he booked Grand Slam in Australia. That's why that happened.
Oh, but Rhea was never going to leave.
We didn't know. We didn't know. Now that we've had a heat
without knowing, you knew, like with everything that she'd had as a result of WWE. I mean, I always go to this example. She's in Call of Duty. Like at that point, it's like, well, you don't really get that level of endorsement from AEW. And again, it's
you do. They're in games too. I mean, this is
it's the eyes on them. Like it's not equivalent.
Okay.
I can't, for the life of me, I actually cannot find this week.
It reduces the prospects of these other deals or these other things that they could be in, just based off of what they're in and the general global image of it. Like WWE is a worldwide brand that is recognizable wherever you go. AEW is not, and that's why Rhea Ripley was never going to leave.
No, we figured.
I never saw happening.
We figured she'd be gone after this, because at some point in time, you got to start saying there's got to be life out there. You know, at some point in time, she's going to wake up probably in about, I don't know, 3 weeks after WrestleMania, and realize she's done it all, and everything else is going to be on cruise control. Her creative push, I'm telling you right now, 3 weeks after WrestleMania is going to be in the toilet.
I don't think. To be fair,
that's what they do to all of them. Look at Drew McIntyre right now. He signed The Rock, The Sword. What's he doing with that now?
Dropped it. Kevin Owens
he got a 5-minute title run for
Kevin
signing
Owens
on the dotted line.
Kevin Owens did re-sign the minute the Royal Rumble did start.
Yeah.
Like the minute the show started, Kevin Owens re-signed. I can't find the viewership for Raw.
That's because it was probably under 2 million. That's why you can't find it.
No, they said it was higher than the Royal Rumble. They're just not showing it. But it was higher than the Rumble. But according to WrestleNomics, they said the Royal Rumble drew 17 million plus at the gate. That's what their own words. It drew 17 million plus. I don't care about ratings. Obviously, I'm not stupid.
I don't care about them either. I'm just saying that was the whole reason that Tony booked Australia, because Tony booked Chicago. Who'd he get?
He had CM Punk then.
Right. But he booked Chicago because he was going to unveil CM Punk. He booked Boston to unveil Mercedes Moné. He was booking Australia because he had his hooks. There was a point in time when we thought he had Rhea.
Right. To be honest, I heard people saying it. I generally never saw it happening.
I didn't even entertain it.
You should have, because it was
Tony Storm.
It was good. It was good. It was good enough for Tony to go buy an arena. So I mean, if he thought, billionaires aren't stupid. They don't go buy arenas because they don't think they're going to get what they're coming after.
I don't know. Have you seen Elon Musk?
Yeah, he's a billionaire and he ain't wasting his money either. That's political hearsay. I'm not even here for that. I don't do politics.
No, that's fair. We threw the trigger up once. Anyway, I'll let you wrap it. But I will catch you. Enjoy your collision. Watch along, Matty. Nice seeing you. And Reece, I guess you've remembered I'm alive. So we'll catch up again soon.
Good. A lot to come back on. Like, get on next week. I've been waiting for ages. So next week, please be on.
It's good to meet you too.
Yeah,
Ailey's
lovely.
sound.
I've been
Ailey's
so
sound.
busy, so I will try and get back onto the shows.
I have missed you. I have missed your entertainment. And
Yeah,
what's worse?
This was nice. I mean, I planned to be here for half an hour. I was here an hour and a half. So I'm
this is
from
this-
my better half. You know,
I'm planning to be here for a
This-
couple hours.
when I say how gutted I am that you've been missed, this is what I actually had hoped you would have been on. This is something that you unfairly got to miss. That right there.
all right, yeah.
Like, I wanted you on for this
Mm.
because you're
Yeah,
key to
I mean,
this.
Kim was like, "Are you jumping on?" But at that time, I was out at the pub because I recently discovered that hey, drinking that bad. Obviously, moderation, but we've moved past the teetotal arc to the almost teetotal arc, so we're getting there. But no, I was too busy partying.
This as
Yeah,
well. This is the first
so-
time you get to see this.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, I've seen that. I've been on the channel. I've just not been on the channel.
Well, I haven't taken a break, so get back on.
I'm just yeah. But the problem is you didn't say my name, so I didn't appear.
I have said your name on every single bloody show.
Yeah, he's been
Right.
saying for a while you was coming back.
Yeah. Eventually. So well, to be fair, maybe it's like Brock Lesnar. Maybe I've become everything that I hate, and I'm only going to show up when the money's right. You know. Right. Love to you both. Catch you.
Later.
It's good seeing you.
So
I told you she's awesome.
yeah, quick closings on stuff. SmackDown was trash. I mean,
Yeah, it was.
I can't-
It wasn't great.
I mean, even once I went back and watched the Alexa Bliss match, which was one I was going to talk about a little bit because that was the epitome of stupid WWE booking. And you know who fucked that whole segment up?
Chelsea, Candice LeRae,
No. I'm not putting it on her.
Tiffany Stratton.
No, testosterone. He screwed that up.
Mm,
For the
yeah.
Alexa Bliss match, because if you pay attention to it, go back and watch it.
Mhm.
You see the Wyatt 6 thing pop,
Mhm.
and she's got her loaded up for Sister Abigail, and testosterone calls it a DDT.
Well, she does transition to an Abigail DDT.
Right? No, but he called it just a plain DDT. He didn't use Abigail.
On the Netflix replay, it's changed.
Oh yeah, they had to change it because it's he didn't use it, but that's what screwed up the whole segment. And then Daryl was like, "Man, she was gassed. I don't think that match was supposed to go that long.
Mhm.
I think we were supposed to see that. He was supposed to say Sister Abigail, and we were supposed to get a Wyatt 6 appearance.
Yeah, but we didn't. It's
But
just a
he
shame.
botched it. He botched it, and they pulled back on it. That was basically it. They pulled back on it.
It's a shame. Yeah,
And she wound up having to work a match longer than she thought she was going to have to work. I think that match was scheduled to be a 3-minute match,
mhm.
and we were supposed to have a run in, and she was supposed to win by disqualification.
But it didn't happen, and that's
It didn't
the
happen
sad
that
thing.
way. Yeah, and it turned ugly. So, but
Yep.
anyway, we're good. I got a show at 8:00, 2 hours.
And I need to go as well. But guys, thank you. Check us all out.
Mhm.
In the meantime, we're gonna run. See you tomorrow.
Später.